And the children came in. What is the deal with all these orphans? Where did they come from?
I know.
What happened?
Yes.
It's great.
Yeah, the way he refers to the tool being invented in the the late 1800s, the Bosch drill, and all these magnificent structures only taking 6 to 12 years to build,
right?
And the precision at which they were built,
yeah,
like the repetition, and it is unbelievable. And when you kind of look at it with those discerning eyes, it becomes blaringly obvious, like what he's talking about.
Right,
blaringly
exactly.
obvious. Yeah.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying he's the next level in a way, for just for conversation's sake, no matter what, as far as his assertions or speculation goes. I could understand why people don't like anybody claiming things, because he does kind of present it as if he knows, like, for a fact this is the case.
Yes.
And because it's so blaringly obvious and the way he presents it, I don't mind it.
No, not at all.
It's almost like I have to agree with him on a lot of these things. How could you not?
Yeah, the way he presents it, it's exactly that. It's just like, mate, I can't disagree with what you're showing me there.
Right?
Yeah.
I love when he goes, yeah, right. Yeah, right. Sure. It's just like flat Earth in a way. A lot of these things are directly related to the globe deception, but on a level of more what can we observe about what our past and just from these simple pictures and some of these these buildings that even exist today that we can't explain. Like if you go into these cathedrals even today, you look at the ceilings and the arches and the detail, and it doesn't make any sense.
No.
Why, in that day and age, when people are on, a horse and buggy, that they would take the time or have the ability, which they didn't, to build these things. Exactly. The time it would take and the detail, and it's just that it defies all common sense, like flat Earth, and that's what I meant to say.
Exactly, and the grandeur to which these things were built, and it's never been replicated to this day with the modern machinery that we have. Like, it's never been replicated whatsoever.
Right.
And then he shows a couple of photos there at one stage where you have these beautiful architecturally designed, created, and built buildings, and right next to it is an old shack with a few bloody fence palings and whatnot.
Right,
it just doesn't
right. Perfect evidence.
Yeah.
Right. Why it doesn't add up. 1 and 1 does not make 2 there. So
what's the video that you guys are talking about?
I'll send it to you.
I'll
send you the same links that I sent him.
Cool. Thanks.
Iwar Anand is his name.
Yeah.
I kind of liken it to everyone that's in this conversation might want to watch it, just because it is such a good set of videos to base a discussion around. And like we're talking about, it seems so obvious the way he presents it. It's worth watching just for that. But I liken it to like the No Forest on Flat Earth video that was such a big popular thing for a while. And not popular, but everyone had to kind of watch it for the conversation, because it was like kind of a big idea that either people liked or didn't like for whatever reasons.
Is that the one Ben was posted in the chat?
Maybe no. That I couldn't find that one. I was trying to give that one to him too, which he hadn't seen, because I had mentioned the same kind of parallel to it, and he also talks about giant trees. But the idea from No Forest on Flat Earth, if you haven't seen that, is that there was a forest of larger trees once, and they were all cut down and excavated from the earth. And the only evidence we have left is like some of these terrestrial artifacts, like Devil's Tower and the basalt columns and things that are like in perfect hexagonal form, like fibrous threads to a tree or a plant that we see in like the sacred geometry of all living matter. And to claim that it's just a lava explosion that happened to freeze that way or dry or solidify that way, and however they explain it.
Oh,
pretty,
yeah, those hexagonal
unreasonable.
shaped rocks. Yeah.
Right.
Mm.
Yeah,
well,
they're
that's one of the
definitely
things
really
that-
interesting. They look like cellular structure, you know, of
right.
something massive, you know.
And
And
Ewar takes it a step further and says, and I don't know if you've gotten that far, so spoiler alert, a little bit, not spoiler, but just one of the things he talks about maybe later on, if you're not that far, Bandsaw, he says that there could have been a whole silicon race of beings and animals at one point too. Like it could have been a silicon-based environment.
These massive trees were silicon based. And that's why they were so big.
And that's where all the rocks come from, possibly as well. He indicates a lot of the rocks.
Interesting, yeah. Yeah, I think our history goes back a lot further than anyone can imagine.
Yeah.
Right? And he says something, he even goes as far as to say, carbon-based life form was never meant to be. Like the effect of cutting these trees down changed the environment so much so that all of the elements were recombined to make carbon-based life form the dominant life form rather than silicon-based life. And who knows then, if you're going to speculate even further, then did these silicon beings, if there were that type of even like humanoid type silicon beings or whatever, intelligent life form was silicon based. If that was the case, do they still exist? And do they are those the people that are those the ones in control? You know, who knows?
Maybe some of the pre-flood civilizations that are talked about, like Atlantis as well,
right?
And maybe even Noah and his kind were of this different being, you know, because they lived so much longer.
Right. They could live a lot longer, and just the fact that if the case is that they were actually mining this whole area for all the silicon they could get, and we associate silicon with, you know, the computer age and Silicon Valley and all that, and so maybe they have like a whole outer pond of silicon technology that's way beyond what we could even imagine.
Yeah. But all the photos that I was talking about and imagery is actually in that one that I just posted, Rams. It starts there, and then I think there's about 5 or 6 parts. One will lead on to the other.
Oh, okay, cool. Cheers, mate. I'll check it out.
Yeah, there's about 20 hours of video for you to watch.
Yeah, exactly. I kind of looked at it. Just kind of had it on in the background on a smaller screen, and just like I said, to your perspective, the commentary alone, like he has a very listenable voice.
It's almost too good. Like he's so well spoken, doesn't stutter a bit. Every edit is perfect. The presentation is pro. It's almost like it's hard to believe he did it on his own, to be honest. I'm not saying he's a shill, but it's almost like it's too good to be true from one guy. And the weirdness is that he doesn't have a channel with his own videos. It's like always uploaded by a second channel.
Yeah.
Well, that's the cool thing, that like the tech's so good now that people just in their homes with a computer can produce some really high quality shit.
Just really easily. But he's really good out of nowhere, and he's just out of nowhere with all this great content.
He must have studied
especially conspiracy theorists, suspicious. You know, and we all have to know exactly where this person's coming from, and if he was involved in conversation a little more, if somebody knew him, it would help. That's all I'm saying.
It'd be fascinating. It'd be fascinating. His brain, absolutely fascinating.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to deny what he's saying at the same time. There's a whole thing about Mercury and gold and the story of Offerus. Have you ever heard the legend of Offerus, the giant, before? That's where the name Christopher comes from. Christ, the Christ offer, right? Christopher, right? Christ offer, right? And Offerus was the name of this giant that was looking to serve the most powerful man on earth, or the most powerful group. And to shorten it, he first goes to he first follows those that are in defiance of God, because they're gods of their own. But then they because they feared God, he wanted to serve God. or he wanted to serve the Lord or whatever it was. Anyway, he kind of finagles back and forth between who he thinks serves who and who's afraid of who, and they give him a task to escort these people across a rolling river that they can't cross. And Christ is at his door one night and asks for a ride across the river, and the Christ is a metaphor for gold in his interpretation of it, and the giant is a metaphor for Mercury in his interpretation of it, and that actually what the whole story is trying to tell us that there's a free energy type etheric energy gathering device that used to sit up in these steeples that was made of part gold and part mercury, and there was a combination of those two things that allowed them to have the society that they did with free energy and the etheric collection of it through these steeples, which were always meant for that reason and repurposed for the by the powers that be to make us believe that they were built in the name of the Lord instead.
It's fascinating, absolutely.
And the proof of that is pretty solid. I mean, you look at these steeples; they don't make sense that they would get you build these things so high and so similar to each other with the sacred geometry and the way that these things seem to be having a technological purpose, and the same exact shape would be under each of these with something missing. A device seems to have been taken from the top of these areas that are now empty, and always without windows. Like there's no enclosure, and it's just this empty space right underneath, and there's always this little like almost like a support dish or something that's there without any purpose to it as well. So his speculation is that there was a Mercury/gold type energy collecting secret that we're not being told. And there's some devices that you can even see might be representative of that. In fact, the thing that the Christ child sitting on Ophoris's shoulder is like a gold. It looks like a snitch from Harry Potter almost, without the wing. It's like a golden bowl that has a little cross on top, and it looks like there's something in like a bowl within a bowl type thing going on, which would be, at least my speculation, is that's some representation of that gold and mercury combination. And the clothes that the giant's wearing is always either a mercury color or a red color, and red mercury is another thing that is a kind of a rabbit hole for people to look into. But mercury's red as a stone as well, so it could be just representative of that. But cinnabar is the stone. Anyway, so it's very interesting the way he puts it together, and then he leads up to a point where you're like, okay, what next? And he's like, I know. You want more, but I've got to tell you, I've got to save it for next time. Like he realizes that he's taking you on this journey that's just epic. And the one thing that he saw on the giant's belt that really clued him in for a finale on that, for a final point about that whole thing, is that it was the swastika, which didn't represent what we're now made to think it represents, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And that's another thing that seems so undeniable when you see it. This is something we've all been privy to already with other videos, that the swastika was a peace symbol or a symbol of energy, and it also matches the sky around the North Pole, or the way that the constellations are in relation to the North Star and all that. And there's so many things that are just like, okay, here's the picture, it lines up perfectly. How can you deny it? That's the case. He may make some speculations that are a little bit of a jump in claiming that that's the case, but he does it so well, you have to forgive him for any of that.
Yeah.
But the mercury and gold thing is pretty crazy. Like I was thinking, if it was a lead, or how isn't it iron it floats in mercury, right? So if iron floats in mercury, and you had an iron bowl with gold in it, and the gold was attracted to the mercury because we know how mercury amalgamates gold, and there's an attractive force there because it just eats it up. I don't know if it's magnetically attracted in any way, but there's definitely a relationship there. That could be some kind of like rolling device. In fact, he even talks about now they put lights in these areas where the etheric energy collector used to be, and some of these lights were just crazy, like the glass on it. Like there's no reason to make a light that would have that kind of construction for for the time that they were in as well. And they would also use mercury at one point. They started using mercury for its rotation to be smoother. So there's a little bit of evidence there that they actually started kind of using some of the same idea with the lights that they installed in these spaces that were left empty. And there always seems to be like a generator on the outside of these buildings that's like a hexagonal form, kind of like repurposed building that's like outside of the mansion or cathedral or whatever. That seems like it might be the motor, like the whatever it is that you need to power the place that needs to stay away from it, like a grounding unit or some sort or something.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's just so many photographs that it's so well done. You almost think this is a team of people telling us the truth. Like the white hats are telling us the truth with this one. It's that good. Did you say just post one video by him or?
Yeah, no, I just posted one, but that channel, Rams, will lead you on to all the other.
Yeah, they're all on that channel.
Yeah.
There's some versions you can find too where you just type in "you are a non-lost history of flat Earth," or what on earth happened is the official name of the other series. I think that guy renamed them so it's a little more organized. But there's like two different series. One's called "What on Earth Happened," and it goes deep into the globe deception and what NASA originally was, with its occult ties to Aleister Crowley and Alan Parsons and all that. And then it kind of built up so that some of that might be repeat information. So if you're like a seasoned flat earther, you might not be as engaged in it until you get to maybe episode 5 or 6, where there's some indications that of what these arcs de triomphe might be used for or have been purposed for. Did you get to that part yet with the idea that it's a horseshoe magnet?
No. Oh, yes.
Right. Okay. So the horseshoe magnet's an idea, but he actually got that idea. I think at least he credits flat water, or what's it? Flat out truth. I think her name is the Flat Truth. I think her name is. But she's really, really good. I'll link you to her too. But she does a whole thing about the arches that not just the Arch de Triomphe, but all the arches. There's many of them, kind of like starports. Like they're all over the place, and we're not really shown them all the time, like we aren't with starports. But she has an even better idea as far as what might be going on with those things, because she noticed that what happens is the sun comes up straight through the middle of those arches, and it shows you effectively what time of year it is, or if there's a big change in the way the sun's positioning is. And a lot of times they'll have an arch on either side as well, so there'll be 3 arches, and the middle one would be like the when the sun's at that cycle, whatever it is, the summer solstice and the winter solstice on the outside. So, and those things are positioned in that way for them to study and make sure that the sun's still on its track, or to know where the sun is and what time of year it is. So, and there was one case where they moved the arches in a totally different position, as if they were just decoration rather than it had a purpose. She was talking about how stupid it was for them to move it.
Yeah, well, this first video has definitely got me engaged. Just looking at the imagery itself.
Oh yeah.
And looking, I don't know if it's him planning, which obviously he is. He plants an idea in your head, but then when you look at it, it's almost undeniable. what
Right.
people could do.
Exactly.
It's it's
Right.
almost
That's why I feel.
undeniable. Yeah, and you'd have to come up with some fanciful kind of story to debunk it, I would say. Yeah.
Right. It's as obvious as the globe deception, in my opinion.
Mm,
And like we were just saying at the beginning of the conversation here, but that's the other thing I was thinking about when I came on, that I wanted to rant a little bit about some of the conversation I was hearing from earlier in the night. And I even recorded a little bit of the conversation where Gio was asking Kosho if he really truly believes everything that NASA's doing, and or why he's engaged in this conversation and what it is that he gets out of it. Because did you hear that? Were you listening to that?
I was here for part of that. Yeah.
Well, it's just that's what becomes. Oh, and the point that was made that really got me thinking was the fact that there's not any women on the globe side that you could even name, that besides Brenda, if you want to call her a woman. Like Brenda's the only one they can come up with almost that even engages in the conversation on any kind of debatable, heated level. And what does that tell you? I mean, I know it's not really the conversation for women because it deals with, the science, quote unquote, but there's lots of science women out there. And there's lots of, I mean, I guess you could compare it almost to like Trekkies, like there's not too many women Trekkies because it's more like a nerdy guy thing to do. But, there are some, right? And this issue is important enough that you think that if there was an argument on their side that had any validity whatsoever, it's easy enough for women to think it's important enough. But it's like they're all about their senses, more intuitive, in general, it seems. You can make that generalization.
There are a few women in Gem Server, but they're not heavily engaged in the debate. They get engaged in other things, but they're not too heavily engaged in the flat V globe.
Well, I think it's so one-sided, in my opinion, and maybe I know I'm biased, but it's just so one-sided that it baffles. I think what keeps a lot of us old schoolers here still for the conversation isn't that we're trying to figure out if it's flat or not flat, or if it's a ball or not. People that I think that I respect the intelligence of, or the common sense of, or basically, if you had like I mean, like Gio was saying, I think that the people that are trying to convince flat earthers that it might still be a spinning ball, like they're batting a zero. Like they haven't recruited one person to come back from flat. Like once you go flat, you don't come back, and that's not just a meme. That's the reality of it, because it's not something that you believe; it's something you realize.
Exactly.
And the fact that people like Kosho are still trying to make it out as a belief, with some of his more laid back general commentary about things that you might agree with. It's like if we all went to a party and there was a fight, and the nerd kicked the ass of the football quarterback, right? But he kicked his ass so bad, and the football quarterback is poking him in the forehead every time he sees him. Everyone knows how much of a hard time this nerd gets, but then he finally gets his ass kicked by this nerd. Everyone sees it, and there's supposed to be like some kind of pretending going on, like, oh, maybe the quarterback did win, like it's like this total denial that just seems so crazy to think that it's gone on this long for people that have been in the conversation as long as Kosho has.
And I know I've only just started watching these videos, only just hours ago, but I would almost even put it to you that from what I've seen so far in the first half, some of the stuff that is there, it's even more obvious than the flat Earth argument.
Oh yeah, because you have direct photographs, right?
Yeah,
you have direct photographs that show it and everything.
Yeah.
But I mean, you could say it's that the fact that everything we sense, everything we observe, except for maybe the stars that's totally dependent on interpretation, or whatever the powers that be are telling us to believe, which is powerful, I know. It's just that, it's so obvious that once you realize that you're not in a spinning ball, because everything in so many ways makes way more sense.
Yeah.
you know, but yeah, you're right. There's some things in there that are like the orphan trains. That's not even a conspiracy. It's just something that they even had infant babies in incubators at the World's Fair that were up for sale.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've gotten that far, but the fact that they were selling these, they had incubator babies, like a
Yeah, no, I
display
haven't
case
got.
of them.
Yeah, not that far, but I have heard of that before.
What's the argument with star forts, by the way? Because I've studied those a bit.
There's no argument at the moment.
It wasn't an argument. I was saying that there's like things that about like the star forts. There's evidence of these other things that are similar in the way that like we never like the evidence has always been there, but it's never really been out in front of all of us. It wasn't in our textbooks at school. Like, look at all these star forts. Was it?
No, I mean they were, to me, they were a response to a particular problem.
I know that you probably interpreted that it was a defense mechanism, right?
Very
the way that they were constructed, instead of some kind of harmonic like positioning with the sacred geometry working perfectly to have like the trees grow and the maybe the perfect gardens and the perfect society inside or whatever. That's one interpretation, but I think that's a pretty poor one when you look at the
documented one.
The construction of these things. It's a lot of trouble to go through just because of this
I
idea that the cannonballs are going to be able to not reach certain parts of the building. Whatever.
No, it wasn't particularly that the cannonballs couldn't reach certain parts of the city. That wasn't the main defense. The whole point is, if you want to take a fort, you got to break the walls down. And as cannonade became more maneuverable, because that was the problem if you go back to the early 15th century. You know, cannons, you kind of set them up and it was, you know, a bit like setting up a big trebuchet. Once you got it in position, you ain't going to fucking move it. And cannonade was so effective at knocking down walls that the fall of Constantinople in the early 1500s, in the early 15th century, was like a wake-up fucking call to Europe. They thought, shit. And then all of a sudden they started actually making cannonade maneuverable on the battlefield, which means that they could then select the weaker parts of the wall and then try and do that. So the idea of a star fort was to have walls that you can't batter down with cannon, which means you're going to lose an awful lot of men trying to take that position. And I
think that's a reasonable explanation for people that don't think that there's a lot of things that have been hidden from us. But when you realize that those things are so magnificent and amazing and so interesting in their construction,
they look fantastic.
They weren't they? Wouldn't you think that most people would be familiar with them? Why has that kind of been left out of our context of what happened here?
To be fair, and I don't know about the US because you do have star forts in the US, but
everywhere.
in Europe, you know, well, in the UK when I was at school, it was kind of mentioned as part of the development of that. But what you tend to find is there's bits of history that get taught in high school, and it's very selective. So, you know, I remember when I was at school, we kind of did the Romans, the Vikings, bit of sort of Middle Ages, sort of King Henry VIII, that kind of stuff, suffragette movement, World War One. So that was kind of the main stuff in high school.
Yeah, American education definitely is a lot more propaganda based, I imagine, and because there's so many castles in England and just in general, like
in general in Europe,
Europe. But yeah, there's just a little bit more. I think a lot more of attention that must be paid towards that. But it just seems like if they're all over America, wouldn't that be something they'd want to preserve to begin with, as far as the look of some of them?
Well, I mean,
but also maybe a tourist attraction.
Yeah, look at what they did to Mississippi culture. I mean, that to me is one of the biggest, saddest losses to archaeology that I know of. You know, we've got so little of what, you know, and this amazing city-based culture in North America that hardly ever anybody knows anything about.
Right, with the mounds and stuff. Yeah. And they a lot of times they'll give a European lineage to it, or you know, say. But at least I was watching more of a
that was very much
kind of a general talk. This woman was saying that it was the Indians that had this technology, and we were trying to make them out to be more primitive, so we didn't attribute the mounds the mounds to them. But yeah, there's some things that just don't add up as far as what we're being told. As far as, you know, I'm not saying Tartarian all the stuff about Tartaria is legit or even true, but there's buildings here even beyond the pyramid mounds or whatever. The buildings, the cathedrals that, I mean, they're on horse and buggy. Why are there so much detail put into these buildings that would be like just ridiculous of a feat for the time that they're saying and the time that they're saying it was done within?
No. They tell a story. The whole thing is when, and I can't talk about stuff in America because I'm not that familiar, but I know a little bit. But if you look at sort of the development of religious iconography in Europe, UK, that kind of stuff, what you were dealing with is we had a very low literacy rate. So one of the ways that you could tell stories is through iconography, is through that symbolism. And that's why, when you go look at these magnificent sculptures, they're actually telling a story. And the people then who were connected to that particular church cathedral would know the stories. It's the same way as if you look at stained glass windows. Most of them is like storyboards. It's like a comic book for the masses to tell that religious story.
Right. Another thing that, speaking of stained glass windows, one of the theories Ivar puts forth is that these stained glass windows might have been open air at one point, and the glass was actually put in there for a lot of them is to dampen the resonance frequencies that these organs were originally purposed for. Well,
organs come much later.
Well, whatever it was that they were energy resonators in some way. That's interesting if that's the case. If the organs were much later, I'm not sure that the time stamp on all of this stuff's completely valid. But anyway, so what I was going to say is that the opera, speaking of statues,
when you start to see air organs coming in.
And you mentioned statues representing something in the story of Ophrys, the giant Ophrys. Have you ever heard that legend before? Ophrys, the one that took Christ across the river. You heard that before, Jess?
No.
You never heard that legend? Well, that's the interesting thing I was going to mention. I forgot to when I was telling about that. Is that you just look up on Google, kind of like you do with star forts, because you never heard of those. And all of a sudden, all these star forts come up, and you're like, "What? Where are these things come? Why were we never told about these if they're everywhere?" Mm-hmm. Well, there's tons of statues of Ophrys with the Christ child on his shoulder, especially just because it was a legend that involved Christ, which is a popular item to talk about, a popular myth or person or legend to talk about. That you just look up Ophrys giant, and there's tons of statues all over the world that represent this giant with the child on his shoulder. And a lot of times the child's holding this golden stitch type looking device, which I think represents the gold and mercury combination of this free energy that might be part of what they're hiding that legend from us. Because a man of history like yourself, guys, I imagine that'd be something you'd be familiar with if it was, once a prominent legend.
I try not to pretend to know shit that I don't.
I don't know. I wouldn't expect you to. I appreciate your knowledge. I do.
No, I'll definitely look into that.
It's interesting that there's things that were like such a big thing that almost have been seemingly erased from our history.
How are you spelling Ophrys, by the way?
Offers, or Offferus, I think. Like offer us, the Christ offer for us, right?
Okay, got it.
Christ offer. Christopher comes from that. That's where the name Christopher comes from, which is another thing that you'd think everyone named Christopher would know about, right? If you're named Christopher, you might know that your name comes from the Christ offer, which was this legend of the Ophrys, the giant with the Christ on his shoulder.
It's actually related back to St. Christopher carrying Christ.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll look into that. I'll know more next time we speak.
It's interesting. It's just one of the very few, one of many points that he points out seem to be kind of things that are definitely either hush hush or just don't mention it, or just barely mention it, or maybe repurpose it with a different story attached to it.
Yeah. I mean that's what often happens. I mean, for me, I look at sort of the flood of Noah. And I can see where the etymology of that story, for want of a better word, And the fact that it predates sort of the biblical view. It comes from much older stories. Which I find really, really fascinating. Whether you're talking about Unapishta or whether you're talking about Zechariah or whether you're talking about the other 3 or 4 people that are involved. That the Greek version, which I can't remember the name of the guy there. And I do find that interesting because one thing that we do know about sort of religions as they grew in sort of the Eastern Mediterranean, especially, was the level of pluralism that was going on, borrowing from other sort of cultures and stories. Ishtar is one of my favorite sort of ancient goddesses.
Great movie, by the way.
Yes.
That's a joke. It's kind of known as like the biggest flop ever. Ishtar. I think it was. I think it was.
Agreeing with you.
They made the movie Ishtar. Yeah, I think it was even Dustin Hoffman. I don't think I've watched it because the reviews were so bad.
I think I have seen it, but it was a long time ago. But I'm quite voracious on the movies I watch.
But anyways, it's interesting that there's a whole legend there that's more respectable than the movie ever made it out to be. That's for sure, right?
Well, it's like you can see the impact of Ishtar, which is quite an organ, and how that sort of developed into sort of early and mid Bronze Age kind of views. And even going back to Astarte, who was kind of like the predecessor of Ishtar. Ishtar sort of became popular with the Assyrians. But you can also see its impact on sort of Aphrodite, on Isis. The link and the borrowing of little bits of the story here and there. Again, it's one of the things I find fascinating. Which is why
have you watched the series that we're talking about at all? You are or not?
No, I'll check it out.
I'm surprised. It's something I think ballers might want to check, especially someone like you that's like studious in a way, wants to know what's being talked about.
I like
whether you agree with it or not.
I agree.
Yeah, I think I'm surprised it's not more talked about. In fact, because when you watch it, it's like, wow, there's a lot of things in there that may be a stretch in most people's imagination. But there's some things that he talks about with the prog clock, which you'll get to, and I won't go into that tonight. But some of the things that kind of the correlations he makes, whether they're on spot or not, he does a great job of presenting it.
That beginning scene where he's standing on that cliff? I think I've been there. That's in Norway.
Okay.
Just by Trollheim.
I would say perspective. There is so much information to the point. Almost too much information.
Right. Like he was somehow like a member of the Bavarian Illuminati or something, and he decided to go ahead and just tell all the secrets before the world or something. That's what it feels like.
Well, I have a lot of sympathy for guys. I mean, one of the reasons is for over 10 years, I searched really hard for evidence for giants. I really wanted giants to be real. I really believed that they were real. I really wanted to. If I wanted to be able to say, here you go, and shove it in people's faces. I mean, to the point where I was going through museum records because it's one of the advantages I got from what I studied at uni. And it just wasn't there, and everything that every sort of like rabbit trail I went down ended with
well, if there were giants and the mission is to somehow hide that there were giants, if that is the case, and even to the point where like with the globe deception or some of these other things that a lot of us are convinced might be the case, even the museum records might not have evidence of that for any common man to just go and find. So there's
why I was approaching it as an academic at the time.
Yeah. So you don't know necessarily, and there is a lot of talk about these bones that are found. I know that you've dug a lot of holes, bandsaw. I never found anything, which is compelling.
Yeah.
But you never found human bones either. So maybe there was some kind of burial grounds for these giants that But there's other things that. Go ahead.
I'll tell you what.
I'll come across a giant shovel. Sorry, Truss.
Yeah. Right. A giant shovel. Right. Yeah. Some tools. Right.
Yeah.
The first time you actually find a bone when you're doing a dig and you realise it's human, it's actually quite disturbing.
Well, actually,
Yeah.
perspective, I did tell you we did come across about 30 years ago that shut a whole site down that they thought were Aboriginal, but
Aboriginals, right?
yeah, but they never ended up being. Shut the site down for about 3 months for us as they investigated it.
Well, there could have been a catastrophe of sorts that literally melted a lot of what was here, which is another whole rabbit hole that a lot of people seem to be giving more credit than I originally thought they might, which is this whole idea of the melted buildings and a lot of these mountains being either melted trees or destroyed large trees and or melted buildings. And some of the architecture that you can see kind of still left in the mountainsides with these windows, and then seeing like a square window right next to one that's been melted in a lot of cases, and a lot of this red brick that gets melted, and then you see the red brick right next to it, and you can see that it's red brick here and then melted red brick right next to it. And there's some evidence that is very compelling for that case now. And if that is the case, and a lot of these mountain ranges were actually just giant, castles and cities, then the fact that they just pop up in the middle of Nevada or somewhere might make a lot more sense than the idea of tectonic plates causing all of these things.
There's a lovely treatise that was written. It was either by a Greek guy or a Roman guy. I can't remember which was talking about quarrying. It was a bit of a boring thing to read, to be fair, but I quite enjoyed it. And they were talking about one, and it was something I've never sort of heard before, but then started to think about, which is I knew that they used to heat stone up, certain types of stone up to try and split it, but it's what they cooled it down to split it with that I found fascinating, which was wine vinegar. And wine vinegar on limestone has a really interesting effect. So I'm also thinking, because I think I've seen some of the pictures you're talking about, and I'm wondering if it doesn't need to be heat; it can also be chemical.
Well, yeah. Well, there's a whole another line of thinking you could go down with what caused that, and there's some guys that I've been looking at recently have suggested there might have even been technology at the time that was like electromagnetic weapon type weapons that they could have used with these airships that were actually just going through and melting everything with laser beams. Another idea, of course, is the plasma event.
You're going back to the Mahabharata and the Vashanas, aren't you?
No, I will not personally, but is there a reference there that also would indicate that there?
If you want to go down, so if you look up Mahabharata, which is one of the Indian sort of saga tales, and in there they have something called Vimana. So Vimana was supposed to be these flying vessels that could shoot down stuff, and it was part of the Battle of Dwarka. That was it.
And is that just considered by the mainstream now just myth?
Yeah, but I'm trying to steel man your argument.
There's evidence that might compel you to think there was a reality to that?
No, I'm just trying to steel man for you. I'm just thinking it would be an interesting thing.
So you think it's totally myth, just something made up by someone's imagination?
Well, the thing is I read a lot of old stuff, and there is an awful lot of hyperbole, exaggeration that they put in the stories. You can just say, what are the rules of thumb? If someone says, I took 300,000 men and beat the shit out of this person, kind of divide it by 3, you might be getting close, depending on the culture. So it was very thing. It's the same with, Irish legends are very like that. There is a Celt, and I'm a Celt, Pictish Celt. And it's part of our cultural heritage to exaggerate the fuck out of shit.
Well, that's interesting because I think if we were to project like 100 years in the future, I think there's like maybe 2 ways, especially because of the conversation we're having with the debate about the shape of the Earth. There's maybe 1 or 2 ways which we might find ourselves, and one could be one reality might be that we look back on some of these myths that are like modern day myths, like man walking on the moon and people flying around, floating in space, and some of these things that are, real time created history as we speak, that seem like, unbelievable to a lot of the people with more skeptical eyes. And that might be reported to us as the truth still. And some of these other myths that may, have more reason to believe or have some validity to them, still considered myth.
Well, again, just going back to Steelman, your point. I mean, if you think about the fact, Heinrich Schliemann, who was the guy that kind of uncovered Mycenae and uncovered Troy, he followed the Iliad, and everyone just said, "Oh, that's just a silly story." But as we've studied that text more and more, the really thing that I found interesting from some of the studies that have been done is they can actually work out now references to the Bronze Age and references to later Iron Age edition. Mainly because of the equipment descriptions and stuff that's being talked about. Because it's not like, if you go and watch the Brad Pitt film Troy, they weren't running around in those nice, pretty sort of Greek Corinthian helmets. No, they used to have like helmets that were made out of little plates with sort of boar teeth on, was a really common thing. And there's references to that in the Iliad. But then you have other references which seem to describe more Bronze Age equipment. Iron Age equipment, which is a good sort of 500, 600, 700, 800 years later. So it's like someone sort of did, we need to do a reboot of this, and then, added to the story. Which was obviously Homer, because he comes a long time after it. And part of that is, people will reference stuff that they understand. And obviously you understand much better the stuff that's in modern age.
Yeah, I'll send you these videos. I'd be interested to hear your take on it. Something that I think you'd just because he goes through a lot of historical pictures and things that I haven't seen before. A lot of people maybe haven't, and talking about like that. You mentioned that Giants, as far as his take on Offerus, his reason for bringing that legend up is more about the representation of what the giant seemed to be representing, as far as the clothes he was wearing were Mercury color, and he had the free energy swastika type symbol on his belt, and some of those more insightful things that are particular to what he was presenting, which was that there was some kind of free energy, etheric energy collector that these steeples in these churches were meant for, and that it could have had something to do with gold and Mercury, and that it seems obvious that the Christ represents the gold, and the giant represents the Mercury, and in his interpretation, at least.
I mean, again, have you heard of the handbag theory?
But the handbag thing, I think it's mentioned on here once before, and I wanted to say what I thought at the time, which, because I looked at the handbags and all the different depictions of handbags a while back with a friend, that we were trying to figure out some of these archetypes, what they were trying to tell us. And if you look at the handbag, it doesn't seem like a handbag so much so as like a battery almost, we were thinking, or some kind of other technology maybe. And then I thought, well, if you look at the way that the ancient depictions of Earth were, with the dome and kind of like the Sheol underneath, with the flat plane kind of box, so it could have been a representation of the Earth itself that the man was carrying, or the giant, or whatever figure was carrying. And I like to make the idea of he's got the whole world in his hands, kind of maybe a reference to that. He's got the whole world, like whoever's in control, they've got the whole world in their hands, and that would be a representation of their power. Then it's just an idea.
Yeah, and again, I mean, I brought that up because I just find it a really interesting sort of area, and for me, it points to one of those things, which is it's a bit like we use metaphor in day-to-day terms. We use words that are not characteristic of their etymological meaning, and we lose that. But it's the same with symbolism as well. A bit like those cathedrals, we don't understand the stories as well as the people of that time did. We can sort of infer some of it, but we don't really understand all of it. And really, the complete understanding was the people who carved it.
So do you think
And
that the cathedrals were made like the steeples and all of the work and architecture with the domes and the detail that was put into all these things basically was made in some kind of religious uh, uh, offer to God in a way, kind of like
yeah,
a representation of his magnificence. Is that the motivation behind these cathedrals, you think?
yeah. I mean, I mean, one, there was kind of like this European competition to who can have the tallest building. So it kind of go,
Mm.
and that's kind of well documented.
Okay, so small man complex. Everyone had a small man's
Secondly,
complex.
it's yeah, and secondly, it was a demonstration of piety of people who were rich, who were really afraid that they were going to burn for eternity in hell.
Hmm. And they were made within the time period that we're told about, like the time that they were constructed, like the 7 years of what it took to actually
Oh
make
no,
some of these buildings make sense to you.
I mean, the cathedral at Florence is famous because it took nearly 70 years to construct.
Do you think that
Yeah.
if there was some kind of like free energy and maybe a society that was like actually a lot happier and way more beneficial and fair to the common man, and that was something that they wanted to hide from us, so that we would always think everything that came before us was just primitive and interesting and not very desirable, so that we would just appreciate where we are now and accept the reality that we've been given as like the best it's ever been? Do you think if they were
Um,
trying to hide that a good way of doing that would then be saying, would then kind of associate it with like, if you don't accept our explanation of this, then you're denying the people's faith in God, or whatever it is that makes people convinced that that must be the case?
well, no, I mean, I think that intelligence, I mean, we have different tools now than we did then, which is really one of the main differences. There's a lot more of us than there were then, which is why I think we get an acceleration in development, just sheer
Well, the
quantities
tools,
of
but
people.
aren't the tools the most damning evidence of the idea that they were able to create these things with the primitive tools that we're told they
Well,
did?
cathedrals, no. I mean, I know one master stonemason, and I've seen his work. And no, he literally he does it in a traditional way with a stone mallet and iron chisel or steel chisel nowadays. And I've seen him carve that stuff.
Like the ones that, I mean, there's so many like intricate detail uh,
yeah.
to every little tiny nook and cranny that I mean, to realistically think that even if there was one person that was able to do one of those decorations, but then to repeat it without a mold or some of the more like
No, they're all.
advanced technology
I will
ideas like
promise
lasers
you.
or.
I promise you, they're all freehand carved. I promise you that.
Well,
And
you could
again, the
promise me
difference.
all you want, but I would have to see the evidence of that made sense,
Yeah. So again, it's about supply and demand. So when people were carving stone, and it's not just for churches. I mean, it's middle class and upper class housing as well, and loads of other stuff. There were a lot more people doing it. It's the same way as if you go back 300 years. Finding a farrier, someone to shoe your horse, was particularly difficult. To find a farrier
Yeah,
to shoe your
right.
horse nowadays, there are a lot fewer
Yeah,
of them.
right. Sorry, I'm just repeating the way that EUR would react to what you're saying right now. He'd be like, "Yeah, right." Like, I don't think so.
It's a supply and demand thing, I mean, and also the fact that you don't
Yeah.
have, the same apprenticeship sort of mechanisms that they had in sort of the, 13th, 14th, 15th century.
It seems like a leap of faith. It seems like a leap of faith to think that might be the case, or just maybe a true believer of faith of sorts, to really accept that as like totally
Chisel
logical. That
marks.
I mean, it's an incredible feat that
Mm.
is beyond belief, in such a magnificent way that it's hard to accept that. Oh yeah, they did that. They did it in that amount of time, and they had horse and buggy, but they had all the technology and capability to make these things. And there's a little
Pretty much.
shanty right next to it, made in the time that these people are actually living. It doesn't have anything close to the magnificence Even the
Yeah, not
best
even
buildings
close.
we were able to build didn't
I
even
grew
come
up.
close.
I grew up in a house that's older than your country. Um,
At least as
and
far as we're told.
at least as far as we're told, you know, if you
Yeah.
believe the founding fathers and you know all that.
But those
Right.
people in the past, were they flat earthers, or were they just like in a different paradigm with different type of technology, and they lived under the stars just like everyone before and after them, you know, just the same? I mean, is it possible that there's a lot of strange stuff in history we don't understand,
Oh,
but
loads.
they also have been battling to find out what this place is, and they didn't know either?
Yeah, loads. I'd say if you go back more than sort of 600 years, we might have 3 or 5% of what was going on. And the further you go back, the more that number dropped until you get back to the late sort of Bronze Age. And that's actually quite well documented. So that puts you sort of 1400 BCE up to about 1170. We know more about Bronze Age cultures in the Eastern Mediterranean than we do for most Iron Age cultures in Europe up until about 9th century AD.
You know what? I think you might be weeing on yourself. Did you
Oh,
hear
it's
that from
probably
earlier? Crypto.
it,
I like that. I have to shout out to Crypto. It was came up with the idea when Brenda was on here saying we did this and we did that, and he's like, I like to call that weeing on yourself.
there is more evidence available to look at for Bronze Age cultures from the 1400 BCE up to about 1170 than we have for basically anything from sort of the 2nd century to the 9th century AD. We have a better
It's
understanding of those
interesting.
cultures.
I mean,
Eastern Mediterranean in particular.
well, I'd be interested to hear your take on what I'd like to hear your not a debunk of what he's talking about, but I wonder if I just want to know if some of I don't know if you could ever just if anyone could describe it as not compelling, but maybe some of the things that some of the comparisons and some of the correlations he makes are so compelling that I'd be interested to hear your take, whatever it may be.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and I'll sit here and be honest. And an awful lot of history is guesswork off very little information.
But you know what? There were powers that be that did want to, you know, make people believe a certain narrative for them to keep control. It would make
Oh yeah.
sense that they might fudge. In fact, have enough power to rewrite the history books. In fact, correct?
Well, I mean, we know that's the case. I mean, you've only got to look at the Flavians, and
There you go. Then
you know, for me, I mean, they pretty much. I mean, it's why you can find there are very few Judaic documents that come from, you know, before AD 100. It's really slim.
so having that knowledge, why is it so hard for you, or why is it such a go-to for you to just read kind of what the mainstream narrative is, or take that as kind of like such a infallible truth when you realize that over history, over time, you know, there's been lots of incidents where, you know, the people that are in control completely control what people do and don't know.
Because an awful lot of what I base my stuff on is the shit we dig up. I like something solid, hard, tactile in my hand. And the interpretation of that, you're right. You know, there's more wiggle room there. But you know, when we have the objects, the artifacts, or whatever you want to call them, then that to me is a really compelling piece of data.
Well, I don't know if you consider pictures artifacts, but he does a pretty good job of presenting some of these old pictures that we have where cities are just empty for no reason, or some of the, you know, just that it doesn't make sense that here's what the building looks like, and then now what we're building doesn't have anywhere near the magnificence or even close to it. And why would there be such an effort made at one point, not now with the technology being so much better?
I don't even know if you could say that to an extent. I mean, you know, stylistically things sort of change. I agree with that, but I mean, I've seen buildings, modern buildings, that I find pretty amazing.
Yeah, maybe for the some of the skyscrapers and some of the more artistic stuff that like things that we kind of admire, the Guggenheim, or some of these other buildings that people are doing artistically, but nothing in the glory of what that used to be. There, the evidence of old tech and is right there in the artifacts that we can observe every day, in my opinion. And a lot of these other things that people are talking about, with mountains having windows, with red brick being melted, and other places, having a lot of these, solid artifacts that show that there's been a cover up of some sort, of maybe a whole age of society that was not at all what we were made to think. Solid evidence.
I mean, I think
there's a really hardcore red brick melt website. I mean, channel. What's his name? Spartan Red. They're hardcore. They're super hardcore into the melted brick.
Yeah, it sounds ridiculous at first, especially to anyone that wants to believe the mainstream narrative. But when you start looking at least some of it, it's undeniable. I mean, you're looking at, and a lot of it, could be explained as erosion over time with, okay, well, this area had a lot more water damage for some reason, and this area didn't. But when you're looking at bricks right in the side of a mountain, or windows that are completely square, and then right next to it, one that's like rounded off as if fire had totally taken out the structure of it, I don't know what to say about that. And well, what's the explanation for that?
So here's a building I want to throw up, and you tell me how old it is.
Hold on. Original. Open the original.
You should know this building, Bansal.
Oh, this is this is not that old.
The glass.
Building. I think it's in California, in fact, or maybe New York.
It's in Melbourne.
Yeah, it's not that old. It's not at all. That's nothing compared to some of the ancient structures. What I'm talking about.
The glass itself looks quite modern.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was.
Where is that located? I think it's in California, right?
No, it's in Melbourne.
Melbourne. Oh, okay.
Is it the Manchester Unity building?
Not sure the name. I just know it's in Melbourne.
Hold on.
Yeah. Here it is. Yeah.
We've got one similar looking to that in California. What's the name of this building?
Manchester Unity building.
Okay.
Tower. And Wikipedia has got it there. So you just search Manchester Unity building tower.
Whereabouts in Melbourne is that? I've lived in Melbourne half my life.
I've never been to Melbourne. I've no idea.
And that's the Manchester Unity. Let's see. Manchester Unity building.
Does it say 14th of April 2010? Was that when it was built?
Where is it? Collins Street? See, now it's, yeah. Okay then. Yeah, it's kind of, yeah, I know now. When you take it in isolation, but yeah, when it's actually when you see it in the street. Yeah, that makes it clearer.
It looks like what's that rebar? It looks like it's made of like a tan coloured rebar.
Mm.
Just the shape of those columns. Yeah.
Art Deco, Gothic inspired.
Yeah. So again, I mean, this I think is one of the most amazing buildings in England.
What? Are you kidding me? Really? That's one of the most amazing buildings in England, with all those amazing structures
Yeah.
you have there. That's the one.
It's when you actually go inside it and look around it, and the size of it compared to everything else around you. It's massive.
Okay, fair enough.
And that's not a particularly brilliant picture, but I mean it's over 1,000 years old.
Really?
It's over 1,000 years old.
The original, yeah, not all of it, but bits of it are over 1,000 years old.
What's the building that I just posted, by the way?
That's in New York.
No.
No?
No.
Looks like it.
Chicago.
Oh, no, sorry.
It's the Tribune Tower in Chicago. Very similar. Look.
There's a building that's like that in New York. Sorry, I snapped to that because it reminded me of
there's one in California too, and I can't remember the name of it. But yeah, that's it's kind of a modern feat. Yeah, I'm not saying that's not amazing, but I think for the time, if that was built 1,000 years ago, that's pretty amazing, given the idea that we didn't have any power tools back then, right? You think that was built without power tools, Dres?
Oh yeah,
you do. No power tools necessary for that building.
No.
Well, that's amazing that you would think that's possible. I'm amazed with your ability to believe that. More so than the idea that it was actually done.
Yeah, it is a
That's the inside of that cathedral.
No power tools. All hand. What's the best they had at the time?
a couple of chisels and a couple of hammers.
Chisels, rafts, hammers. Yeah.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good guess on the alignment there, Fred.
And
yeah, that's a pretty perfectly unison building there. That's it. Yeah, those the inside there. Yeah, no power tools necessary. Man, for a guy that as a history buff, you can't have us just laughing at that idea that you believe that there's no power tools. They had no technology when they built these things.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like if you've like I'm a builder as well, and like just knowing how things get constructed and how difficult it is. Power tools are so essential just for a really
simple
basic,
job.
Basic build.
Just to have
You're
a
right,
good
Basil.
picnic table.
Yeah.
Just to get a good
like
picnic
2022, man. I want to build a house. I want to build a house.
So when did we lose these power tools? That's what I'm interested in.
You know, today we're
best
building
they had at
houses
the time?
out
I
of
want to hear you say
sticks.
it.
Go Basil. Go Basil. You were saying something?
Oh, I was saying today we were building all of our houses out of sticks, man. It's just like the wooden, like toothpicks, and we need as many power tools as we can get.
Yeah.
Exactly right. Exactly
But
right.
what's
And look
the
how
official
ugly.
explanation of how they were able to do this, Dres?
Yeah.
What's the official explanation of how these were constructed without power tools? What are you?
Manpower. I mean, that's all power tools are. Power tools are just a replacement for manpower.
Oh, okay. So the chisel you're talking about, literally.
A lot of
calipers.
A lot of chisels. A lot of
accuracy and a really good eye. A really accurate eye. Able to repeat columns completely perfectly. Never any kind of like just a really good saw for the marble.
Yeah. And they line the pyramids up to the stars perfectly.
Yeah, exactly. You don't see how laughable it is? This is what is I actually think it's people believing this stuff.
I actually think it's quite sad that there is not more belief in the ingenuity of man.
I don't think that you can just write it off as easily as saying it's sad that we don't have faith in the ability of man when it's literally impossible for us to even imagine that anyone could build something of that sort without a power tool. It's not about having faith in man. It's about having just a little common sense, in my opinion. But I got to go, guys.
All right,
All right.
perspective. Catch you later, mate.
All right.
Chat.
Good night, guys.
I mean, it's a bit like saying, you look at sort of, you say you work with wood, and yeah, you're right. You can use a drill, but there were mechanisms that we had before a power drill that allowed us to drill holes in wood. There were mechanisms that we used to sort of attach stuff together. There was mechanisms you could use to consistently carve stuff without using a router. This is all cheap shit to make the job easier.
The problem is what they did was they had like a whole pile of mud. That's what they started with, and then they built this amazing building, and left all the roads just mud, and so they had to trek all of these heavy materials
No, you have no
through the
idea
mud.
of the infrastructure. We didn't just have roads made of mud.
And
Yeah, and they had to have like the mills to make all of the the materials, and it had to be produced, like the bricks and the lime and all of that.
Yeah.
They didn't have the infrastructure.
That wasn't made out of bricks. So
yeah,
and we've got brick foundries that we can trace back quite a long time in the UK.
And foolish, even with the power tools that we have today, the ability to get the precision, right? And precision has come a long way with CNC cutting machines and that. But if you're just using power tools just on their own, the ability to get the actual precision with some things is incredibly difficult. And Basil would account for that too. He's a builder. It's not all that easy sometimes. You can get it pretty damn close, but to get the precision time and time again repetitively, it is very, very difficult.
Yeah, and I would say the precision is pretty damn close. It's not perfect. I've been in that cathedral, well, about 4 or 5 times actually. It was up the road from where I grew up, and yeah, it is a stunning building and it is amazing. And
There's
the thing
buildings like that would blow your mind from all over the world, really, when you walk into some of the buildings. Do you know what the biggest building in the world is, like internally, with like an open air structure? I think wasn't it one of those buildings in America for the exposition?
The World Trades.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I've been inside the Hagia Sophia. That is fast.
Whereabouts is that? What country?
Istanbul, Turkey.
Okay.
What was
And it's
Constantinople?
there's just like inside huge pillars, and like how tall is it? Like inside, are we talking about a couple of 100 feet?
Makes that look small. Look at the size of the chairs to the height of the roof. That's the inside of the
Did you just post something?
Yeah, I posted something 49 minutes past.
Oh yeah, fuck!
Yeah.
Like, look at that, man! Imagine making that with chisels.
Yeah, I know.
But this is the inside. This is the inside of the Hagia Sophia, or one of the main. One of the. It's a huge building. I mean, it's absolutely fucking massive. Let's get a better perspective on. There's
What's that? What's that? 1, 2, 3. Is that 5 or 6 stories high?
Must be.
That's about 8. It's about 7 or 8 stories tall for sure.
Or
like
inside.
I stayed in an apartment building in China that was 6 stories tall, and that would only be about 2/3 of that height.
Oh, for some reason, I'm uploading 2 files. I'm not sure why. There you go. That's the Hagia Sophia.
Look at that. I'll get rid of that one for you.
Yeah. Fuck.
I'll get rid of the dupe.
Why is it?
Don't
Yeah, I thought I was seeing double A. I was like going cross-eyed.
yeah, no, that is
And
absolutely gorgeous. That is gorgeous.
yeah, it's stunning. This is what the outside of that building looks like.
When was that constructed, Russ?
Oh fuck, that's quite old bits of it. I think it goes back to about 400 or 500.
Okay. That's
See,
incredible.
like that's the way I see it. Like back in the day, what they used to do is who could have the most amazing architecture would be the ones to, have the top power and be able to sort of, create the narrative.
I think it's the other way around. I think those buildings are a demonstration to all the feeble bastards around you that do not fuck with us.
Yeah,
Look what we
that
can do.
too. Yeah.
So I think it's an expression of gained power.
It is. Yeah.
But yeah, again, I do find it. To me, it's one of the most amazing buildings I've ever been in.
That's their that's their sign of their loyalty and a sign of their dedication.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it started construction around the 530s, and it was being added to all the way up to the sort of 16th, 17th century. So the minarets, for instance, a lot of bits around it were after Mehmet the Great took Constantinople in what the
you look at the very bottom of that
1450s.
picture. Look at the very bottom of that picture. You see that little building down there?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like it's got 6 windows in the front and a roof.
Yeah.
How tall is that, man?
That's 3 stories or 4 stories. If I remember rightly.
And then you compare it to the rest of it, eh? It's like, whoa.
I told you it was a big building.
Where?
No, because at first I was looking at this photo and that little building just above it, it's got like this grey sort of a thing. I thought that was a satellite dish. So then as soon as I kept thinking that was a satellite dish, everything looked smaller.
Yeah.
And then I realized that's actual fucking building down there. Holy shit.
Yeah, I mean, but you should see that. I mean, the bridges over the Bosphorus in Istanbul are some of the most amazing bridges I've ever seen. I've been lucky. I've been to Istanbul 3 times, and the second time I went, I spent a weekend there because normally I go to places for work. So it's like airport to hotel, hotel to work to airport, home. Or I might be staying, 4 or 5 days, but generally it's work. And once the second time I was in Istanbul, I really wanted to spend a weekend, so I sort of negotiated with my boss that, I can stay the weekend and then fly back on Monday.
Wow. Can't do that much anymore, eh?
Starting to again. So off to Germany for a couple of days, week after next, and probably need to go to Netherlands week after that. I don't travel as much as I used to because the job I do now I don't look after the same kind of area. But a couple of jobs I did, I was looking after.
I've
Europe,
always
Middle East,
done
and Africa.
I've done like about 8 to 12 international trips every year. That's what I normally do.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's in the past, not anymore, but I've been on shitloads of flights. I actually went on a plane once in China and you could smoke on the plane. That was pretty cool.
I actually wanted to start an airline called Go Smoking.
Yeah. That makes you think that the plane's going to crash, though.
Yeah, I know. I actually, someone said to me, "What would you do in the result if you thought the plane was going to crash?" I said, "I'd light up my last fag." He said, "You wouldn't." I said, "I fucking would." That's why they're always in my pocket with a lighter. Yeah. Come and fucking tell me to stop now, bitch of a stewardess.
And I used to go on the train and have my own little caboose and smoke in there and have your own private toilet.
The only thing that I didn't, the only place I really disliked people smoking was London Underground because it was just fucking horrible.
Yeah, because it mixes with the smell of the urine, right?
Not that bad actually. I mean, it's not that bad. I mean, telephone boxes in London, yeah, they all smell of piss.
Yeah.
Really? Really?
Really? I'm not kidding you. But yeah, London Underground's actually, it's not it's one of the better metropolitan transport systems. One of the horrible ones I've been on is in France. They have the metro and the RER, and yeah, that just stinks.
You're back in the day of like the punk rock era, and they really didn't give a shit, and they were going to die by the age of 21 anyway. So, that's the type of crowd that were hanging out in subways.
You still find them if you go up Camden Town.
Do they still have mohawk? Have you seen anyone with a mohawk?
Yep.
Yeah.
I have. Yep, just the other day.
I mean, recently, like in the last.
Yeah, no, the other day, like I said, down the street, and it was the full-on spiky mohawk, where they get the gel in it, as well as the mohawk. Yeah, he was full-on punk rocker.
And
you see,
my day.
Yeah.
I almost forgot that the rest of the world is like really diverse and shit, because I come back to this place and it's like pretty boring. You never see that. But like I just recall being, back over in Asia, and the guys have got their eyebrows plucked, they're wearing full makeup. They're not trying to be a girl, they're just trying to look more pretty. Like and they're just like these walking fucking models everywhere, or they're trying to be. Yeah. Have you seen that there's an Asian artist, and what she does is she puts makeup on herself to look like other people, and she can change the look of her face so drastically with just makeup. She can actually look like a famous white movie star or a black African singer, or she can change her face. So it's amazing. I have to find a link. Oh no, I can't, because it was on Chinese fucking TikTok.
Yeah, so I grew up at the age of the goth. That was my biggest.
Yeah. Well, have you ever heard of a bogan?
Yeah.
You don't.
Oh no, the bogan is, mate. Don't come the raw prawn with me.
No, bogan from New Zealand, bogan.
No, I know bogan from the US. I know an Aussie bogan.
Yeah, Aussie bogan.
So it is the same thing in England.
No, we call them chavs.
So a bogan here is someone that like always wears blue denim jeans, jandals, sometimes socks with jandals, and an AC/DC t-shirt with like long oily hair.
Oh, just a rocker. Yeah, we just call them metalheads. Or rockers.
There was this funny Australian guy that they had on like one of those evening news channels, and someone drove into his grandma's shop, and he came out. He was like a hero, and he was like a real bogan, and he was explaining what happened about the car that crashed into the shop, and he was living behind it, and he just came down, and he saw it all, and he didn't actually do anything. He came outside in his undies, and he was a real bogan. And they had I think it was the morning show actually. They had the hosts just cracking up because of his persona, just so funny.
Normally for me, if I was going to say an Aussie bogan is kind of like really rough, not that well educated. The first person who's going to start a problem, and has that very particular kind of really rough Aussie accent.
Yeah. Nowadays though, we have sophisticated bogans, and they've got launches, and they own like 3 or 4 decent sized buildings in the CBD, and they've got a yacht and all of that sort of stuff. But they they still try and be cool. Like they don't just, wear the clothing they can afford. They actually try and be sort of, that person's got it made when they don't give a shit anymore. Because to get rich in the first place, you have to play the part, man. You just have to. Otherwise, you're not going to get there. But then once you've got there, you can just not give a shit.
I think you can probably point to people like Johnny Rotten, and I don't think he ever gave a shit throughout his entire career.
Because
that's how he became famous, was by being so anti-establishment.
And I've seen the evolution, like from mainland China to Hong Kong to other parts like Singapore, Malaysia, how the businessmen started like taking their suits off and they were just wearing like t-shirts and jeans. And those were
I've got
the
a rock, unfortunately. I've got a call coming in. I will catch you guys later.
Okay, ciao. That was quick. You been on here all day, Bandsaw?
No, I haven't actually.
On and off, just on and off.
Yeah, I might have been in the room, but I haven't.
Yeah, it's interesting when someone comes on and it's like, oh fuck this, and you switch over to the other channel thinking there might be something better, and it's just like, oh my god, the other server is just fucking.
I don't go over to the other server.
It's hardcore.
Haven't got the time.
It's a lot of zealots over the other channel, but like, yeah, interesting to talk to educated people.
Talk is being very generous.
Talk. When you said that, you remind me of Colin Carpenter.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And that guy that I was talking about just before, the one that came out in his undies because someone crashed into the shop on a suburban kind of a street. And yeah, he reminds me of Colin Carpenter, like really, like strongly. What sort of what type of, would Colin Carpenter be a bogan or a hippie or what?
Bogan. Hippie is more the dreadlock wearing, flower power, tie-dye types.
Yeah, so he was a bogan, Colin Carpenter.
Maybe I've got a different image in mind.
I think he was a cross between like a hippie and a bogan.
Yeah, perhaps. Hold on. I've got a different. No. Definitely a bogan. Definitely. Yeah, I just pulled up his thing. Yeah,
Have you got a photo of him there?
Yeah.
Have you shared it?
No. I can. I'll share a screenshot of him.
Colin, what was the name of the show? Comedy something?
There was Full Frontal. Well, let me just save this. There was save as C, so I can find it quickly. And I'll post him.
Was it the Comedy Company or?
Comedy Company. There was Full Frontal. There was a few. Here we go. Hold on. Press enter. That helps.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Bogan through and through. But generally, our bogans used to wear flanny shirts, have a mullet.
Yeah, I wouldn't call him a bogan because bogans only wear like t-shirts.
Yeah.
they don't even wear jackets. Just t-shirts are normally black. Yeah, black, all black, tight, skinny Levi's jeans that are super tapered, and then some giant fucking, I don't know, probably like builder's boots.
So what have you been arguing about over in the other rooms? Anything exciting?
It's hard to get an idea. Like sometimes, yeah, it's a lot of debating over there, man.
Debating? Okay, if that's what you want to call it, debating. That's an interesting word.
Yeah, or picking on each other. Yeah. What's this?
Yeah.
Earth's Life just posted flight data. What's that about?
Him and Jerry are going backwards and forwards to distances and speeds, and however, I'm presuming Earth is light. I'm presuming that's what he's saying.
Yeah. I don't know. Is it because your wife goes, it's bedtime now, so you have to stop talking? You go to bed, then you start chatting instead because the wife can't hear you talking. It's quite, sometimes the conversation gets quite interesting, and it sort of sparks a few ideas. Like the amount of like random stuff. It's kind of like, have you ever watched TikTok at all?
No, I don't do TikTok at all. Not at all.
No. Well, my wife does, but she does she looks at the Chinese one, the Chinese TikTok.
Okay. Yeah.
And the thumb is just continuously flick watch, such short attention span little clips.
Yeah. My boys will send me TikTok clips that I'll watch. I just open it up in Chrome and watch it that way. But yeah, I'm not a subscriber or anything to TikTok.
It's mesmerizing because you know sometimes the people that are on TikTok with the phone and their thumb, they're just constantly addicted to just watching that and flicking it and watching it and flicking it. It's like 1 minute clips at the most. And people are doing it for hours and hours, like whenever they can. You know? TikTok.
Actually, something that mesmerized me a little bit was a video that New Perspective shared. They've only just started watching, and that brings into, I don't know. I'll repost it. Hold on. You may or may not have copy the link. Put it here. Bang. Boom. Anyway, that one there, I've only just started watching that, and it's quite fascinating. It's a good watch. There's 5 parts to it, but I've only just started watching that one. The way he points out architecture and photos and people and stuff like that, it's
this one, I think I've seen it all the whole lot. Isn't it like 13 or something?
Yeah, there's quite a few parts. You watched it all. Okay, then I've only just started. Like I said, new perspective. DN me some links that I may be interested in. Anyway, I've started watching this one, and it's absolute.
He's got a his voice. I don't know where it's coming from. What part of England? Yeah.
What's Dawn on about? That's funny. Of course I do, Dawn. Exactly. That's what I do.
Bang, boom sounds.
Yeah, boom. There it is. Ready. Looks like Earth is Live knows how to use a calculator. Boom. Happy days. There's some progress.
So they're just chatting. They can't hear our stream, eh?
Oh, look, Earth is Live may be listening on YouTube. So shout out Earth is Live if you're there.
So I don't even know how I would even find this channel on YouTube.
Oh, you just go to Earth Awakenings. That's Geo's.
Oh, like in that 24/7 one, I've never heard that or seen the link or anything. Is that a voice chat or is it just text?
24/7.
Yeah,
I've
heard about it many times.
Yeah, it's voice too.
Never been.
But see, I don't understand people that watch on YouTube. I say they listen on YouTube, but then just post in chat all the time. Why not just come into chat and listen from chat? But anyway,
Because maybe they might feel that they're too close to being like on the edge.
on the edge, might be called out in chat.
Mm. But all that Erewhon stuff, I've seen it all before. He's just basically compiled it. He's gathered it all and compiled it. But over the last 6 years, I've actually seen all of that and more from separate sources. Yeah.
Yep.
Like the. Have you heard of what's his channel from Australia? Campbell
or Mitchell?
Campbell.
No, haven't heard of Campbell.
His channel's autodidactic.
Oh, okay.
Autodidactic. He's in Perth, yeah. And if you haven't seen his channel, that he's got a guest on there sometimes. They do channel surfing all the time, and so that like these. Once you get into his group, you can see all the connections. It's just quite amazing how many channels you can get from his list. Because he's got a good, he's got a good collection of channels that he shares that he's interested in.
Does he
like
have? Let me just have a look here. Does he have an orange kind of logo?
He's got 2 or 3 channels. That's one of them. But he had a guest on once, a lady, sort of a researcher, and she talked a lot about those arches, and she's into star forts and stuff. Tartaria.
Here we go. I'm going to subscribe now.
And then you get he goes onto other people's channels and then he mirrors them on his own as well. So you get to see him wherever he goes, it's posted on his channel as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then there's this guy in Canada that he talks with regarding like alchemy.
Yep.
Yes, that's pretty cool. And then you get onto that channel, and then that one lets you have his interviews. And have you heard of Leak Project?
The name sounds familiar. Actually, is this guy a flat earther? No, he's just in other stuff.
Yeah. He's a flat earther, like Martin Leedker. You know Martin Leedker?
Leaker or Leaky?
Leedker.
Oh no, I know Martin Leakey.
No, that's how you say his name. Is Leed? It's Welsh. Martin Leedker.
Oh,
it's
okay then.
Yeah.
There you go.
But anyway, yeah. So, you must know him. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the guy. Flat Earth British. He's in the Tartaria and all that sort of. Yeah. He got his channel hijacked and stolen, I think about 12 or 18 months ago. Pretty sure.
Yeah, I watched him right from the very beginning when he first started. It's quite funny to see the evolution.
There you go.
Yeah. And the dramas that he has, people drunk knocking on his door, and he has to like tell them to fuck off in the middle of a show with 800 people talking. Yeah, if you're into, I don't know, alternative stuff, but in a sort of a mainstream, I don't know, way of presenting, Leak Project. There's another one called Green Greg's.
Right.
Green Greg's. He talks about like he's a prepper in America. He's got a long beard and a like a ranger's hat, and he wears
Yeah.
like all the outdoor gear and stuff, even when he's inside.
Oh,
and he's right. He's got like NASA rockets in the background on his desk and stuff.
Oh, nice.
But it's cool to listen to him. He's a worm farmer, and he's
Oh,
he's
okay. Yeah.
yeah, he's a worm farmer. He's he talks about the end of the world and how there's going to be an EMP, and you have to get ready, and you got to go get into your bunker, and he
Oh,
has all these other preppers coming on, and he
yeah.
talks on their channels as well, and it's just the amount of followers he has is amazing, and people are like listening to, like, he's got all these survival tips and stuff. It's
Yeah.
hardcore, super hardcore.
Those prepper
Yeah.
shows I find fascinating, actually. I used to be right into those prepper shows.
Well, this guy's right into like talking about Ukraine and America and China most of the time, and Russia.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's right into the politics of it, like deep state. I used to actually quite like. There's quite a few channels that have come and gone, but some of them are still around. I'm just not interested anymore. I've sort of grown out of them. Like, I used to watch Richard Gere, Kevin Hoagland. You know, when he talks about Mars, Richard Gere talks about the little human bones that were found and must be an alien. Talks about space all the time, and David Wilcock and that other motherfucker from England. What's his name? David Icke.
Oh, Mr. Reptilian.
Yeah, there's so many that have just come and gone. Like, when now I look at David Icke, now I look at what's his name? The other guy, the American guy. What was the channel I just said before? David Wilcock. He's really disappointing me. Eh? It's like I used to think, wow, all the stuff they used to say, and now it's like,
There's only,
a ball.
there's only so much time in the day, isn't there? To, you know, you can watch thousands of videos, thousands and thousands of them, and they take you down all these different rabbit holes. Really.
The good thing about it is that you can choose whatever you want.
Mm-hmm.
And it's unlike propaganda TV, where even, I don't know about nowadays, but you know, they wouldn't be selling TVs with Freeview, you know, and people wouldn't be paying for Sky TV. People wouldn't be getting, you know, these satellite dishes to pick up all this shit. You know, if everyone was just watching the internet, because, you know, wouldn't there be a waste of money paying for all that? People, like, the average viewing hours in America years ago, I remember, was 6 hours a day for the average American.
Oh, really? Really?
6 hours a day. This is going back like 20 years ago.
You know, the good thing about the internet, you are in charge of your own propaganda to some degree. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
Wow. So that's all there is, actually. So like, I reckon that this Earth, this world, is possibly designed in such a way that we're never going to be able to guess. Like, we're never going to be able to work it out. It kind of works both ways, and
hmm
the tides will change, and it'll be flat Earth again. But then people will be saying, no, 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 it's a globe, and it'll change back to the globe again, just
Yeah.
like in waves, because
Yeah.
because there's no definitive evidence that could ever be found on the ground or inside this place. It's like a frog in a bucket. They're
Yeah.
never going to know what the room looks like, man.
Yeah. You have to come to a, well, you don't have to, but you come to a decision with the evidence that best satisfies you, and that's all you can do, really.
Yeah.
And these people that say they know things, well, it's just laughable. It is just laughable. But you got to put your faith somewhere, Basil. Like, you got to put it somewhere. And that's where where me personally fall on the more practical side, rather than when it comes to building and levels and water and stuff like that. That side of things sit more comfortably with me, whereas other people, it's flight paths. With other people, it's pictures from NASA. Everyone has their own degree of evidence that they take on board and they accept. But for the majority of people, I think you just grow up and you're told something and you don't give it a second thought. You just don't give it a second thought, Basil, at all. You just grow up
But
just thinking.
the problem I find is that it's 2022,
Mm.
and you've got this team of like overlords, which are basically running the show and just pumping out what they want you to believe.
Mm-hmm.
And these are the only ones that are able to actually escape this like enclosure we're in, and pretend that they're going somewhere, and pretend that they're able to actually show us from above where no other human can go,
Mm-hmm.
what this place is and how it is, does how it works, and then they become the authority, and then they can manipulate anything that they want from there, because no one can sort of dispute that. But like, it's still going on right now, 2022. They're pulling it off. That they haven't failed yet.
No, it's the great deception with so many things, and just put the globe to one side, just the history we're taught. There are so many holes when you dig a little bit in the actual history that we've been taught, and this is one area, the flat Earth debate that has, for me, unveiled a lot of that, just by accident, because I just would have gone on, Basil, just would have gone along, just doing my thing, and not giving things a second thought, and that's what I've been fascinated with, the degree of manipulation in history. And I think what's his name, old Tolstoy, said it best: history is a beautiful thing if only it were true. And when you just scratch the surface, you find out that a lot of the things aren't quite as what they have been made out. You just shake your head, and it makes you then question everything, really, everything that you come across. And what authorities can you?
Well, the way I see it is that if humans have evolved over a shitload of years, like a really, really long time, like I don't know how long they say humans have been around, but with the evidence of past cultures, I can't see how it is today. This is a predicament. It's a predicament because I see at the same time as evidence of high tech past cultures. But at the same time in 2022, I can go to the Amazon jungle and find an extremely primitive, like backwards culture.
Yeah,
And it's
yeah,
like
yeah.
if we'd been around for that long with all this super high tech, I don't think the pygmies would be existing. I just don't
Yeah.
think they'd be there. So I think this high tech culture maybe was limited to certain parts of the realm, like as the idea that the Earth is a disc shaped like a flat plane, and the continents over periods of time they sort of ripple out from the center and go towards the outside, and the inside is producing more land all the time, and it's going out like ripples in a pond,
Oh,
and that's
okay. So
why
you,
we have more land, and we have Antarctica, which is a ring around us, and it just keeps on spreading out like ripples on a pond when you drop a stone in a pond from the center of the earth, and then they all sort of split up and spread out. It's kind of
okay.
like Pangea, but on a flat earth.
Yeah. So you're under the, well, not maybe not under the belief, but the thought process is that what we're on is almost a living, breathing thing that is always evolving and growing and creating new.
Well, there is that super high sort of way of looking at, you know, all the aspects like the ether and consciousness and spirituality and all of that. But at the same time, it's kind of like you're looking at a ball of lava or a plane of lava or whatever shape you want to think it is.
Yep.
And it's just at a different time, in a different time than we exist. So you can see the land spreading out. It's kind of like molten lava, and you see the solid bits floating around on the top. It's forever moving. It's like a plasma.
Right. Yeah. 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 Interesting. Interesting. Well, this is
Because
go mate.
there
Go.
should be more land. There should be more land, right?
Well, I'm a definite well, not believer, I suppose, but I definitely see the possibility of there being more land than what we know. Like what we know is what we're allowed to know, but I definitely think there's a possibility of more lands now, whether that's in outer ponds that we're not allowed to go to or explore or travel to. But I definitely think that is a possibility, 100%.
Hey, I'll be back in 1 second.
All right.
I heard you were saying like you'd buy by the 9-day mark, you'd be buying a whole carton of cigarettes.
Oh, to mailman, yeah. Yeah, he's given up smoking. Yeah, cigarettes, chewing tobacco, the whole 9 yards.
Cigars,
Yeah,
mini
you name it.
cigars.
Yeah, well, those getting expensive to smoke. But anyway, I've rolled my own for years, so that's a bit cheaper.
Yeah, I smoke Port Royal,
Same.
the original one.
Mm, yep.
Yeah, original,
Yep.
not Kentucky or whatever.
No. Original is the only way to go.
Yeah,
It's
king
it's
size,
beautiful.
king size filters. Sometimes I rip a bit of the paper off, so it's not so much paper.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah. No, but I'm definitely well, like I said, believe is probably a bit of a strong word, but I definitely think the possibility of there being other lands that we don't know about is
because you
definite.
think about, like, if you were the elite, right? You were one of the elite, and I'm talking about elite above the elite. You know, like the
Yep.
super elite.
Mm-hmm.
You would definitely, like, I've seen videos of, there was a video of like the Rothschilds grandsons, whatever, he
Mm-hmm.
super rich on this boat, and he'd been seen like somewhere, but like no one ever knows where he is, no one knows where they are.
Mm-hmm.
The it's like, you'd think that someone would know, you know, where they're going or they're hiding most of the time, but you know, you hear stories.
Mm.
Because, like,
Well,
if you're that rich, like, you think about the richest people in the world, but then you think about the ones that you hear about, like the Rothschilds and all of that. Do you ever see like anything about them?
no, you don't. Never.
You don't,
Never.
right? But they are one of the most prominent, richest. Like 2022, they've still got information about some of their wealth and stuff like that, but there's no information really,
About
like,
them.
above the higher levels of their family,
Yeah. Yeah.
like where they are and what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah. Well, see, when you see, I first started thinking about the possibility of other lands and stuff. Saw images of sundogs, all right, and the explanation was, oh, it's just lens flare and all these other bits and pieces. But it got me to thinking that, okay, then here's these pictures where it looks like you see multiple suns. Okay, then, so, and they're not common, these events. They're fairly rare, but there seems to be plenty of footage of them out there, and that got me to thinking about, well, maybe there are other lands, and these other lands also too have their own set of stars, sun, moon, these sorts of things, and just occasionally they cross over in the L realm, right? And just give us a glimpse. And with the star trails now and how they look, especially at the equator, how they converge and diverge, right? Just in this last week, I've started looking at it, and they look so similar to a magnetic field, right? And this is what I'm thinking: how the star trails, or the movement of the stars, actually line up with these magnetic fields. It's, I said, I just started looking into it,
Yeah, well, there's
but
someone who's really rudimentary, but you could check out what's his name, Flat Earth Philosophy.
mm,
Yeah, have you seen his channel?
no, I don't think so. No.
Mm. Yeah, he basically gets, like, a lot of his information is actually coming from Santos Bonacci. you
Okay.
looked at any of
Yeah.
Santos
Yeah.
Bonacci's work?
He's he's where are we? His channel.
He's
It
in,
is.
he's in Mexico. He's in Mexico, and he was in Australia. And when I first started watching his channel,
Yeah.
yeah,
There's a channel.
astrotheology.
That's the one. It's actually quite big too. Though I think it's got like 500,000. It's either 250,000 or half subs. One of the two. It's actually quite big. Yeah. Mexico. Actually, I think it was the last stream I was watching. They were putting out not necessarily information, but a email people who they wanted to relocate to Mexico. How to do it and this sort of stuff. But yeah, that that channel was quite interesting. I think you've dropped the link. I think I watched it. It's about I don't know 6 or 10 minute link when he's talking about your what do you call it, star signs and where they align and the meaning.
Yeah, the one with he was in front of a whiteboard with a
That's the
cross on.
one. Yeah. That's I did have a look at that. I'm not so much into the partner is, so I actually showed her and she's right all that sort of stuff. So she probably found it more interesting than what I did, to be quite honest with you.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
that's actually really good that she's sort of even like. I mean, that's more intense than. I mean, if you're not interested in it, but you are, I think if you are, you're sort of even more intense. It's like, yeah, your partner must be like, yeah, it's like every flat earther's dream is to have a partner that sort of alternative thinking rather than the main. Imagine being a mainstreamer like me with a really super, almost like normie.
No, I'm very blessed. She's into her crystals and stuff and seeing signs too. She's in
What?
nature and
Seeing signs, yeah.
yeah, seeing signs. She'll see something and she always puts a meaning to it. And
Well,
yeah.
my father was a shaman. He trained in Hawaii. Yeah. He was an osteopath and a shaman and a spiritual
Okay.
healer. Yeah, and he
Yep.
used to do. I've seen all sorts of shit.
Yep.
Yeah, I walked in one time into his office, and he was levitating on 2 sofas. So he was lying like a brick, looking at the ceiling, but he was up
Yeah.
on these 2 sofas, back to back sofas. So his ankles were on one, and his neck was on the other one.
Damn. Yeah,
And he was
that's
just lying there stiff like a board. And
yeah.
it's like I'm trying to even think how he actually got up there to begin with. Like, how do you climb onto 2 sofas that are spread so far apart that only your ankle is on one and your neck's on the other one? How do you even do that? Let alone stay there like stiff like a board.
That's some serious core strength there.
Yeah, and he was like 100 kgs, man. He was
Oh,
strong.
damn.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was
No, but
strong as.
she's always reading her card every day stuff and read mine, tell me mine, and I go, oh, yeah, whatever. Okay, then thank you for showing me the way. But no, we're a
Yeah.
good we're a good combination. Some of the things that she thinks, I think are a bit, out there and wacky, and same thing with me. She out there and wacky, but we complement each other. We listen to each other and
When I went
whatnot.
to my dad's funeral, and it was like a shaman funeral with like this big shaman symbol in the background behind everyone that came up to talk about him and stuff. Yeah, quite quirky. And my uncle, who's pretty well known in the music industry, he always wears sunglasses like all the time, like all
Yeah.
day, all night, inside,
Yeah. Yeah.
outside.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
always he wears fucking sunglasses, and
Right.
he said that he was in the room with my dad in the
Mhm.
coffin, right? And he
Mm.
was just sitting. He was just sitting there in the room, and there was a little radio in there, just playing some really light sort of background music. But then he said that he heard like thumping on the walls all around him, and it was like drums going boom, 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 like just drumming all around him. And he came out of there freaked out, and it's like,
Mhm. Mhm.
yeah. Like when my dad died, we had these, I don't know what these flowers are. They look like paper flowers. They're red and they grow on a vine, sort of stuck to your garden wall or whatever, hanging over your fence.
Yeah.
On the day he died, all those flowers wilted and sort of shrunk down to nothing, to like little
Mhm.
peas. And then the next day they were back to full life again.
Yeah. Tell you what, one of the see, one of the best concerts I've ever been to was one of the last concerts that Split Ends did in Melbourne, at the My Music Bowl, and it was at night, and it's pitch black, absolute pitch black. You could not see your hand in front of your face, right? And then all of a sudden, right, what you see on stage is like, it was like people, and they had these, they were almost like sheets, for want of a better word, right? And they were painted in some sort of, I don't know, glow in the dark type of stuff, or dyed, whatever. And they had the UV lights on, and you had all these, they were like jellyfish moving all over the stage. Cool. It was so cool. Yeah, they were they were a special kind of band. And then obviously they went on to, some of them went on to Crowded House and whatnot, which some will say were even bigger than Split Ends themselves. But Split Ends was amazing.
Yeah, well,
Band.
if you of that era, I guess there's so many bands that can, come to mind straight away, like the Cars and the Police, Queen,
Mm-hmm.
AC/DC,
Yeah.
Black Sabbath. Oh my God, all
Cold
that sort of
Chisel.
genre. Cold
All these
Chisel,
ones.
Ice
Yeah.
House,
Yeah, Ice House. Pseudo Echo, they weren't bad. Pseudo Echo, remember them?
David Bowie.
David Bowie, yeah. I never really was into David Bowie too much. I do appreciate it, but it never really got me, if you know what I mean. It didn't really sync up with me.
No. So yeah, well, he had a really diverse career, and all of his changes was quite interesting.
Oh, most
But,
definitely, yeah. Look, I definitely, give him credit for what he did and what he produced. And yeah, there was he went through many transformations. But it just didn't. His music just didn't resonate with me, I suppose, is probably a better word. I can definitely listen to him, but he wasn't someone I'd go out and buy his album. I listened to it, was on the radio, or the friends had the album, they'd put it on, sort of thing, the tape or whatever. But, I was
I
more.
actually, when I was younger, I don't ever remember ever buying an album. Just like we used to have tapes, right? And my friends would have tapes, and
Yep.
I'd just dub all of their tapes.
Yeah. Back in the day, that's when the original sort of thing.
Yeah, just make your own tape. It only cost
Yeah.
like whatever a tape cost back then.
God, I remember making making my very first girlfriend a tape, because I used to listen to the American Top 40, and it was on, I can't remember what night it was on, say a Friday or Saturday night, whatever it was on, and listening for, the songs that I want to record, and you'd have to have your finger on the record button and wait for the commercial to fade out and take your finger off the pause button, record, listen to the whole thing and quickly press pause again. And if you didn't quite get it, you have to rewind it a little bit and press pause, get ready to record the next one. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You listen to the radio, and it's like some songs you don't want, so you have to listen through like that real crap one, and then you get to the
Yeah.
other, like number 5.
Yeah.
And they always
Yeah.
used to tell you what's going to be like in the top 10. They kind of give you a few clues.
Yes. Or you kind of get a feel from the week before,
Mm.
when to listen out for your song and stuff.
Jesus.
Gee.
Yeah, we're talking about this as like a long time ago, but it's like I've heard my father talking the same sort of conversation with his friends, and then my granddad talking the same thing with his friends.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, yeah.
Uh,
'Cause I had a conversation with an old lady in Christchurch in the South Island, and
yeah.
it was on a busy Riccarton road, quite a busy road, a really
Mhm,
long road. It's like one of the longest roads in New Zealand.
mhm.
And she said, I remember when I used to sit here for half an hour and be lucky to see a horse. I used to see a car once a day. Yeah, and
Oh, yeah.
those were the days when she can remember that there was nothing. It was just her and the grass.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, I know. I can
Man.
identify with that a little, somewhat. So.
Well, the whole of Christchurch City was actually built on a swamp. Yeah,
Oh, okay then. That's interesting. That's
yeah.
interesting.
And no, they drained the swamp and built this is the official narrative. They drained the swamp and built all their houses on a swamp.
Yeah.
Yeah. What?
Damn.
Yeah, it makes me think. Why the fuck would you do that? You know, drain the swamp. Just build next door. I mean, it's much easier. Yeah.
Wasn't that Trump's favorite saying, drain the swamp,
Oh yeah. Yeah.
drain the swamp? I see he's launching he calls it a truth app. A truth app. All right, so you can be probably guaranteed one place not to go without the Trump's truth app. I don't know why
Wow.
I'm so skeptical. I say, shout out to all those Trump lovers out there in the World Wide Webs. No
Oh,
offense.
I've actually got to take off now.
Too
But
easy, mate. Too easy, man. Good chatting.
good talking. Have a good night, eh?
All right, you too, Basil. Catch you later, buddy. Bye.
Bye.
What up, Bob?
Hello. How's it going, maybe? Nice. My federal refund has been approved. Pretty sure, maybe. Get that money. You got your taxes done, Jeremy?
Not yet. I gotta call H&R Block next week. We were gonna do it ourselves, but there's some weird Coinbase shit going on that I gotta deal with now.
And you're making sure you report the extra money you make off of your cell phones?
I didn't make anything last year.
Oh,
It will
okay.
be for next year, though.
Okay, all right.
I didn't cash anything out till February.
You go to H&R Block, huh?
I mean, we were going to do it ourselves, but like I said, the crypto thing's complicated this year. Before, it was easy because I would just say, hey, I made this much on crypto.
Yeah.
But now they changed it. I think they said they hired some insane amount of people, IRS workers this year just for crypto.
I think crypto this year is being treated basically like a stock. So like if you bought and sold, it's going to take your basis for what you bought it at, and then like whatever you sold it for, difference is profit, that kind of thing. So
it's always done that though. Like I've always paid. Like I bought in. I've been in crypto for so long and got in for so cheap that anything I pull out now, I just count as capital gains 100%. Like if I cash out $2,000 in crypto, that's $2,000 I made capital gains right there. But now it's different. So I don't know.
Well, I don't know about your state. There might be something going on with your state. Here in Wisconsin, I got my my.
No, I'm in New York. It's a crypto thing. It's not. It's weird now. They changed it.
I had some crypto gains last year for 2021. So when I did my taxes this tax season, I went through it, and it was basically, it seemed like it was going to be treated like a stock again. So I'm not sure what changed. I don't know if there was something like on your state level that changed, but like
Coinbase changed. Coinbase changed.
Oh, Coinbase changed. Okay, maybe that's what's going on.
My wife's all paranoid. I cashed out that I made. I cashed out $10,000. That's all I made off crypto. That's all the money I pulled out. I told my wife, I'm like, I made $10,000 down and pay 100% capital gains on it. And I don't know. She's all worried now because. What's up?
How long were you holding it for?
I've been in crypto since it was like $100 a coin.
Yeah, so like if you've been holding it for, I think it's longer than a year, it's considered long-term capital gains, not short-term. In which case, you can get possibly a better tax rate on it.
It doesn't even matter. We have to go to H&R Block. Yeah, they're going to figure it all out. So I don't know.
Oh yeah. They'll probably get that squared away for you.
Yeah, I'm not worried.
But yeah, if you had any in any of your previous years that you did by yourself, you might want to take those returns, because like we do free second looks. We advertise free second looks, at least for the H&R Block that I work for, and our offices around here. We'll look at your previous years for free and let you know if we find any, extra stuff that you might want or that you qualify for. So, I mean, even if there isn't any crypto, you might want to take it in anyway, because you got kids and there could be some stuff that you might not have, fully taken advantage of or whatever. You might want to see if they'll do some free second looks on some of your previous years, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I used to always let H&R Block take care of my shit. We'll see what they do. My wife's all worried because they changed the way Coinbase works now, and they report it to the government or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I was talking about H&R Block.
I'm not worried though, because I only pulled out 10 grand. Like, they can't charge me for money I didn't pull out into dollars. You know what I'm saying?
No. I'm not saying you need to be worried. I'm just saying, like,
my wife's worried. No, my wife's worried.
In the last several years, if you didn't go to H&R Block and you try to do them yourself, it's possible that you could have maybe missed something. And like at the H&R Block here, where we do returns here in Wisconsin, we offer free second looks to people who didn't have their returns done by us in previous years. And so you might want, if you're going to go there anyway, you might want to bring your previous tax returns and just be like, hey, will you take a look at these and make sure we got everything we could get?
They've done them. They've done them before for me and my wife and me. They know.
Okay.
They only just didn't do them last year. My wife got all kinds of refunds. We killed it last year, so we didn't miss anything last year. Trust me.
Okay.
We got like 10 G's back last year, or like 11 or something.
Last year or two, and this tax season also have been pretty good. Like with the government, like handing out the stimulus checks and the child tax credit and the unemployment stuff. Like we've been getting a ton of money from the government for the last 2 or 3 years. It's been kind of awesome.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for real. Because we got 3 kids, so when that stimulus came, we got fucking.
Yeah, you guys got like $1,400 per child and stuff, right? For that third
I call
one,
them my little 1400s now.
Yeah, there you go. You're my little mini cash cows.
1400s.
Well, I checked the IRS website or whatever, and apparently my refund's been approved. So, and they gave me a date of like, I think March 24th or something like that. Hopefully it'll come through without any issues or whatever. Maybe.
Yeah, nice. It's usually pretty seamless, you know.
It seems like
I never have issues. What's up?
With the direct deposits, it seems like it's been pretty smooth for us, recently and stuff. It seems like everything's been going fairly good with it. So, well enough anyway, maybe. Did you guys do the advanced child tax credit payments in 2021?
Possibly. I don't know. My wife did it last year, so I don't know.
Because like they did something new this last year, where like starting in July they would send you some of your child tax credit early, and then like this, whenever you do the taxes now, you would basically reconcile that and like get the other half or something like that. So if you didn't take any of those payments, you might be getting like seriously like a huge amount. Because I think like from like 2 to 4 or 2 to 5-year-olds, it's going to be like $3,600 a year, and then like for 5 to 18 or 5 to 17 or something like that, it's going to be like 200 or it's going to be like 3,000 a year. But if you didn't take any of the payments last year for the monthly stuff that they did, that would mean that you with 3 kids would be ending up with like $9,000 or more dollars in child tax credit, possibly, as long as you aren't making so much that it like somehow puts you outside of the range.
We might have, because my wife makes really good money, and I was working that year, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, all my phone money will get counted for next year because I haven't cashed anything out since the beginning of this month, so it'll all be this year. It's all accounted for too with because it all goes to PayPal, so
Okay. You can just keep track of it on there or whatever, maybe.
yeah. Definitely the last thing you want to do is get audited. That's why I used to always love H&R Block, and when my wife wanted to do it herself, I'm like, yo, with H&R Block, we have audit protection, which means you don't have to fucking worry about it if you get audited.
Yeah, like we offer the that peace of mind.
I always get that.
For like $40, and basically we won't charge you to represent you. We'll just be like, we got it. We got you, bro.
That's the best $40.
Right?
Fucking possibly spend. Like, that's the best insurance right there money can buy.
Like it, I mean, I'm biased maybe a little bit because I work for him or whatever, but like to me, it's like that it really is a good idea. Just as like for $40, we're telling you we aren't going to charge you extra to represent you in front of the IRS and take care of your audit. That's a big deal.
It's a no-brainer. Spending that $40 is a no-brainer. Wait, if I get audited, you guys got me? Okay.
I mean, for the whole year,
for $40
a month for an entire, and it covers the return forever. So, like, yeah, it just seems like a really good deal to get the peace of mind.
It's a no-brainer to get that fucking $40 thing. Yeah, I didn't even know how much it was. They could charge $100 for that. I would get it. If they were like, "Yo, this was $80," I'd be like, "Okay, yeah, I'll do that." Fuck. They probably make a killing on that though, as long as like nobody gets audited.
Right. Like, there's. I mean, obviously the IRS isn't auditing everybody, so it's like every $40 that they get that person doesn't get audited, like that's just $40 of like straight up profit, right? So like, I'm sure it's a big deal for them, but it's still a really good deal for the person they're selling it to because they're saying we're just going to cover this.
Like if you do 10 million, if you do, let's say H&R Block does 10 million Americans. I have no idea. Let's say they do 10 million, and you get $40 from everyone. That's fucking.
It's $400
million. No, that's $400 million.
Yeah.
Say you got to spend like $100 million on fucking legal fees for the audits that do get audited. You fucking killed it.
Yeah.
It's a no-brainer for the people doing it too, because it's like, yo, $40 with the audit. Okay. Even if you're totally upfront and legit with everything and not like doing anything shady, it's still worth $40.
Yeah, because like if you get audited, even if you've done nothing wrong, that doesn't mean you're not going to be charged by either H&R Block or someone else if you want help with it.
Yeah.
Pretty sure. I think our audit services might like start at like $250 and go up from there. So like if you pay the $40, it's just included.
Yeah. It is definitely an easy decision.
Like of all the warranties out there, like that's one of the best and like least shady. Maybe like
I used to do this thing with Radio Shack where they had It had a $2 warranty. It was a pair of headphones, and it was like the warranty was like $2 or something, right? And they're like, "Yo, if the fucking headphones break, just bring them back." I think it costed like $1 or something, and then you get a new pair of headphones. I was like, okay. It might have been even free. I don't even know, but absolutely lost money on that deal. Headphones with the wires, they always used to like, you just would always fuck up after a while, especially if you like
yank
work
up
or something.
or whatever. And
yeah, I
whatnot.
always did like rough work, so they lost money.
Just recently, I bought a couple of controllers from GameStop, and I don't normally get like the warranties and stuff like that. But now this one, the way it was explained to me, and the way I generally take at least pretty decent care of my controllers. Maybe sometimes not great, but a lot of times I'm pretty careful with them, and I don't like to get a lot of gunk in them and stuff like that. But now the way it was explained to me, and hopefully she was right. She said that even if there's nothing wrong with it, I can bring it in, basically tell them there's nothing wrong with it. I just want to exchange it for a new one, and they'll just let me go pick out a new one. So I got it for these two controllers, so that in about a year or so from when I purchased it, I'll go in and take my used one, say I just want a new one, and pick out my new one basically. Because I would like over a year, I would probably like a new controller anyway. So it's almost like buying one and getting one for a few bucks.
Yeah, I mean, even if you did, you could always just be like, "Yo, it doesn't turn to the left all the way" or something. They're not going to plug it in, put a game in the system.
Right.
You know what I mean?
If it seemed like they weren't going to do it, I would find something wrong with the controller that I could say was actually wrong. Like it's got stick drift. So even if looks like it's at the center, it still moves my guy's head a little bit slowly.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Yeah, you could definitely always say something. They used to make controllers so good, like, you've seen an Atari or a Nintendo controller break? Even Super Nintendo controllers were pretty fucking rock solid. It took a lot to break any one of those controllers, but once they started coming out like the Nintendo 64 and...
Well, see, I think that it might be part of the nature of analog sticks, control sticks.
It could be, yeah. But the Atari one was rock solid, though.
What's that?
That'd have been true analog, though. Because remember, it was like the stick. Did you have an Atari?
I know the Atari controller. I think we might have had one for a little while.
It just had like the one button on it, and then it was like
one orange button and then a big stick in the middle or whatever.
Yeah. Was that like real analog, or I don't know?
That I don't know.
It might not have been.
I would guess probably not. It probably had either 4, 8, or 16 directions or something like that.
Directions, yeah.
Fully analog.
Yeah.
I mean, like, if you think about the games that were made for Atari, like, it wouldn't even, like, the games weren't...
Would you even need 16? I feel like you wouldn't even need 8, or maybe just 8 for some of them, yeah.
I'm not sure that they would have been built with the ability to handle an analog type movement. So, like, I doubt they were analog. I would guess probably 8 or 4. I would think they would have had the diagonals. So I would guess 8, but I don't even know if they need 16.
Like yeah, I think you could go diagonal, though. Yeah.
Yeah, I would guess probably 8 directions. 4 directions and 4 diagonals or whatever.
Yeah, that was probably yeah. Because that's all you really had up until because Nintendo would have used it. They came out after Atari. If there was more than 8, they would have done it. You know what I mean? Because that's all Nintendo had was 8.
Yeah, they would have.
You had to hold the D-pad
up and over at the same time or whatever, right? So
you had to hold both the D-pads.
The first analog ones were the PlayStation, and it wasn't even the original PlayStation controller, because I think that was just D-pad. It was after a while they came out with the DualShock, and it was, I think that might have been the first one that had analog. Oh, the Nintendo 64, they had that one analog stick on there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness, that thing was like kind of a hot mess if you played on it too long, because the way they made it, like it would mess up your thumb if you.
Those controllers just didn't last long. They had no longevity to them at all.
That too, yeah. The stick would get all long. Oh man, I don't know if you ever rented an N64 from a rental place, but man, those controllers, those things could be like really messed up when you got them.
No, I believe it. Yeah, those controllers did not have longevity to them at all.
No.
Which is weird because coming off of Nintendo and Super Nintendo controllers, you figured they would have been really solid. Because that's probably why they did it though. Nintendo saw they're like, yo, playing a lot of controllers. We do controllers. Like, oh, we'll make this fucking this analog stick. We'll make it as shitty as fucking possible so that I can't tell you how many 64 controllers I bought. At least like 20.
Yeah, those things.
No joke. I probably spent like $1,000 on Nintendo controllers in my life.
We're obviously not meant to last, right?
Yeah, like there's no way. Nintendo's like, how can we sell the most controllers? Like, oh, we'll only make them last for fucking 3 months with medium to normal gameplay. I mean, I'm a little rough on shit, but I wasn't like slamming the controller off the floor or throwing it through sheetrock or anything crazy.
Right.
And they did get a lot of fucking use. We used to have parties where people come over, we'd have the blunts out, and we would just fucking play Bond for like 12 hours straight.
Play that GoldenEye.
Oh my god, bro. I would go to my friends' colleges. We would always go visit my friends at college, like in Binghamton or Oneonta or something. And dudes would be sitting there like, yo, I'm the best GoldenEye player ever. Heads can't fuck with me. I'm like, well, let's throw it on real quick because I'm the best from where I am. So let's see what's really good. Dude, we would throw that shit on. Would absolutely demolish people. Like it wasn't even close. I would end up putting I'd be like, yo, let's put the fucking. I'll give you a huge health boost. Mine down. Still fuck them up.
Yeah. Did you ever play? So the people that made that GoldenEye game, they actually
Perfect Dark.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Did you ever play Perfect Dark?
A little bit.
Oh man, it was great because they basically made everything that was good about GoldenEye and then just like turned it up to 11. It was awesome. You could pick a map in the game, and you could, instead of it just having whatever weapons, like you pick one set of weapons like you did in GoldenEye, you could pick like one type or one set of weapons for it to spawn. You could individually pick 6 different weapons for it to spawn on the map, and then like pretty sure it was like whichever one you put in spot 1, that would spawn the most. Whatever you put in spot 2, that would spawn the second most. The 6th one would be like the rarest one. Okay, and then on top of that, they added the ability to add simulants to the game, so you could have bots running around and you would fight them too. And on top of that, they had like a list of personalities for the bots. So you could have like peace bots, and you could have
aggressive
bots that like to slap you, and just like all these different kinds of simulants that you could. But it was so advanced for the time; it was crazy. But to get like all the good, like to access everything in that one, you needed to have the expansion pack on your 64. You had to take a old pack and put the new one in or whatever. So
yeah, I remember that expansion pack thing. Yeah,
man. Oh, but talking about like how you thought you were real good and they thought they were real good, and then you would turn it on to find out. When Halo came out, Halo 2 specifically, Halo 1 came out and it was big and everything, but they didn't have online with that. When Halo,
they did, bro. They did. You didn't know about it. They did. I was playing it online before anyone was. The original X.
I know you could. It wasn't official through Microsoft though.
Yeah, you had to like hook it up to your computer and shit. Right. Yeah.
I know about that. Yeah, like the XB Connect or whatever. I'm aware of that, but I mean like built into it, and like official by Microsoft. That didn't tell Halo 2, and so like, but we would do our LAN parties and stuff like that with Halo 2 and stuff like that, and I thought I was just like, I mean, I'd pick up the sniper rifle and I'd be kicking butt and stuff. I thought I was the real top player there. Okay, and it's just like people I had heard. Oh, but when you go online, it's like a whole different ball game. You don't even know, okay? And like, of course, I didn't necessarily.
You're meeting me online,
like the actual online matchmaking. I didn't buy into it. Like whatever. Like I'm fine at Halo, But it's like when you get on Xbox Live and you've never played Halo on Xbox Live, it is a whole different ball game. You get online, it's like, and you get put in your place, like, sit down, son. You aren't there yet.
The LAN. Plus, when you're on the LAN, though, it's just like a small group of people. When you go online, now you're bumping into dudes like me who are the best out of their group. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and if you've been online for a while, well, now you're picking up stuff from, someone across the world or wherever they are that you maybe didn't think of. And so, like, everybody's like basically sharpening their skills off of all these people that they didn't have access to before. So when someone new comes along that's never played online, it's basically just a merciless beatdown on them.
I had a group of people that I used to roll with. One day this dude was like, "Yo, you're pretty good. You want to join me in my group, and we'll go around and do a few games." So I was like, "All right, yeah, let's go." Bro, I ended up like joining their group. I had a clan tag and everything. Like I was with them and they would hit me up. They'd see me get on and be like, "Yo, let's go." We would not I think we lost like once, like two of our guys disconnected. Like we were just filthy with it. It was absurd.
Yeah, when you can get a good group going, you can run games, especially in like now there's like the MOBAs and stuff like that where it's like working with your team can be significant. But yeah, like games like Halo, if you're playing like a
you can't have teammate idiots running around just dying from the enemy or staying back and not doing anything. Like if everyone's in sync and doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing, like you can't lose.
Basically, if you're controlling the map, you could end up slaughtering the enemy team, and that comes from like communicating with each other, letting each other know what's going on, stuff like that. Versus
my whole thing was don't die.
Oh yeah,
if just don't die and we can't lose. Like stop! Why are you dying so much? Stop dying.
I recently responded to a post on Reddit talking about this game that I play called Heroes of the Storm, and the guy, I think he showed like he asked basically, who do you upvote at the end of the match? And I put on there that I almost exclusively upvote the person on my team who had 0 to 1 deaths, because I think that like not dying is like an undervalued skill in this game. Like,
you play Call of Duty or something, right? And you need 50 kills.
Yeah.
Like you figure, all right, there's 5 people, everyone should get 10 kills. But if some guy went 7 and 1 or something, like that's better than the guy that went 10 and 9.
If all you do is get +1, you technically helped your team
lose.
Right.
You can't lose.
You can't be the reason that your team lost then. So it has to be the guy that's going negative.
Negative. You're the reason for our downfall. Yeah.
Right.
That's why it would be so
40 kills but 45 deaths. You still died more than you killed.
It would be so tough though when heads got online, because the best people from their region are now meeting the best people from every region. So it's like, you thought you were sick with it before, but now you're going up against heads that are the best out of,
Right.
There's little groups like yours and mine all over the place where there's like some guy could run into me maybe one day in GoldenEye and I'd be like, "Oh yeah, I'm the best in all of upstate New York." This guy's the best in like Japan or something. He just fucking slaughters me. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And if he's been playing online for a while, he's already gone up against, however many other people from other parts of the earth that you haven't yet, and maybe picked up some things.
Yeah, it is a lot about adaptation. I can't tell you how many times I've killed the guy trying to snipe through the window. Like I'd see the guy in the window, pull my grenade, let it cook for like 2 seconds, and then just whoop, toss it in the window. I'm like, these guys never learn, these snipers.
Yeah. Some guys never learn.
All up in the window. Your barrel's practically sticking out of the window, dude.
I see you.
Like, what are you doing? A natural gun barrel sticking out of a window right here. For the architecture. But yeah, that team I used to roll with, and I think it was Call of Duty. They were just fucking filthy, bro. I loved Halo 2. I was playing Halo 2 as soon as that shit came online.
Yeah, yeah.
Me and my boy had 2 Xboxes set up next to each other. We were fucking running. Because one guy from my GoldenEye group play with, he adapted to me very quickly. Like number 2. Like
I was the best and he was the second best. But me and him were close, and like nobody was even close to us.
Mm.
When we played Goldeneye, me and him couldn't be on the same team.
Nice. Just like,
Yeah, me and him would set up the Xboxes right next to each other. Now I can see his screen. He can see my screen. Against two other people, or what was it, 2 versus 2? It was 4 versus 4, Halo.
Halo was, you could do 4v4, I think. Well, I mean, like, if you had, like, enough Xboxes, Halo 1 even was 16 players. You had to have, like, 4 Xboxes, though, because it was only 4 per screen.
Yeah.
But then, like, with Halo 2, you could do that, or I think Halo 2 was 4 per screen in multiplayer, 2 per screen in campaign, because it was 2-player campaign or whatever. But you could do 16 players on Halo 2 online also through Xbox Live. So that's still, I think, like, and maybe it's because it was one of my first, if not the first, online, game for me. But it's just like my memories of Halo 2 online just seem like that was some of the best online times I had. Maybe it was good stuff, but it was kind of novel back then, at least for me, having the headset and just playing online with people who weren't near me and stuff. Like that was different, but it was cool.
SOCOM was awesome on the PlayStation. I think it was 2. You never played that one?
No, I don't know that I did try one that I think those same developers came out with later called Mag, and it was like 256 players at once or something on PS3.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it was. I think I ended up playing it, and I think the general consensus is it wasn't very good. But I don't know if I ever actually played any of the SOCOM games.
See, I like the smaller maps better. When you put me in a Battlefield type scenario where there's fucking, like, I don't know, a massive expanse of land that could take you like 20 minutes to run around, like, that's just not interesting to me. I want to be in a fucking, somewhat confined space. I can't be spending all day running around looking for your ass.
Like Halo, I think had a good number. 16 is a good number. If they made the maps right, 24 wouldn't be too bad. But like now, Battlefield on console for a while, it wouldn't go over 24 players. Okay, so like Bad Company 1, Bad Company 2, Modern Combat, those were Battlefield games, but pretty sure they never went over 24 players on the console. Okay, but the Bad Company 2, I think, is probably the best Battlefield game I've ever played, even though I played it on console and it was only 24 players. Now they increased it eventually on Battlefield 3, I think it was still 24, and then Battlefield 4, they increased it to 64 players on like the new systems. And I thought that was going to be a cool thing, like 64 players, great, it's going to be huge or whatever. And what I came to realize is like at a certain point, more players isn't adding more fun to the game. It's like it's not. Like you can make it bigger and you can make the map bigger and you can have more people playing on a bigger map, but there's a certain point where it's like it's not just necessarily even diminishing returns, it's no returns. And I think that number is somewhere between like 24 and 40 or something, where it's like any more and like you're not actually adding anything to the game anymore. It's just a number essentially.
They never did it right, in my opinion. You got to keep the front lines. Like you can't have a large backfield to go into. You know what I mean? They always made an unnecessarily big backfield for your team. Like you have a front line where, say 2 people spawn and they run same speed, they should meet in the middle, and there should be like a middle line of there going across like a thin rectangle of a map, and the front line goes through it. You know what I mean?
There was a couple of games that I think kind of played with that a little bit. There was one it was actually called Frontlines Fuel of War, and it was kind of like a cheapo version, it seemed like, of Battlefield, but they had a frontline system, I think, where as you captured points, the front line, and there was another game too, called like Homefront. That like they had these systems that I think it would move the front line depending on who had certain points captured, which it seems like it could be a really cool mechanic to keep it kind of people moving towards the same general area while still giving them some freedom to kind of move tactically and make some decisions.
I'll tell you what was good. I have countless hours in this game. Team Fortress Classic, Half-Life, TFC.
Yeah.
I used to play low gravity, ironically. So your character would kind of be like a little floaty. Like you had a nice jump. Like real nice. It was like real low gravity. And that shit was awesome. That shit was an awesome game. Half-Life, TFC. That would be an engineer, and that you could build a sentry gun, but you also had a fucking dope shotgun and like these EMP grenades that would fuck shit up like through walls. Like there's this game 2 for it, and there'd be a deck, and underneath it where you could walk in, and like the deck would be like the top of their base where all the snipers would be sniping and shit, and people would be just running off it aimlessly too to get into the battle. Like you would spawn up top so you could just run off it.
Yeah.
And I would cook. You had to cook your grenade for a couple seconds, but if you made the grenade blow up like close to the floor or close to the ceiling, it would kill everyone through the whole
Nice.
upper level.
Nice.
I'd run in there. I'd have a grenade cooked when I was like on the bridge, cooking a grenade over there. I'd let it. It would also kill anyone on the bottom floor too. So I would cook a grenade, toss one in their shit. Cook another grenade, toss one on the right side, fucking run in there. Sometimes I would build my sentry gun like right on the side of in front of where they would drop off that thing or come out of their base.
Yeah.
And then I'd have and then my boy would build a sentry gun on the other side, and then somebody would build theirs on the bridge, and now it's to the point where they can't even look out their fucking base without getting shot at.
Operation
like, automatically. It was dope. The game was so much fun. They started keeping stats. They were like, "Oh, we're gonna keep stats." I'm like, "Oh, that's dope." And I would just dominate the stats all the time. And people started complaining. They're like, yo, no more spamming grenades. I'm like, well, I have to use grenades then. Don't spam them until you see someone. So I would see someone. Like I would already have a grenade cooked as I was running over the bridge.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, I'm probably going to see someone. So if I saw someone, I would throw the grenade up there. And if I didn't see someone, I would just throw the grenade behind me. Still complaining. You cannot complain about that. Grenade cooked, ready for when your ass fucking pops around the corner. That's not my fault.
Yeah.
Banning me. I was with them guys for dumb long too. I tried going back and changing my name, but my playing style, like I was so sick. Like it was or Pete Shea changed his name and tried coming in here, we would all still know it's Pete Shea.
Nice. It's like Pete Shea with a mustache.
Yeah, they just knew it was me. Who's that?
It's like, oh, it's that grenade guy again. Nice.
Heavy guy. That was the guy with the Gatling gun. Oh my god, I was fucking unstoppable with that dude. Because I would come into your base shooting. Like I had like 200 bullets or something.
Yeah.
Into your base already with my gun spinning and bullets coming out. Like I ain't fucking around. In there. Coming shooting. Like he's cheating. I'm like, no, you guys suck. And I came in your door shooting. Already shooting. To see you to fire my gun up.
This is your problem, not mine.
It's one of them you problems. Like if I come at you with a cooked grenade or my gun spinning, I can't. I don't know. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? Just stand here, wait for you to come out, and then what? War works.
They need to just have a conversation with their snipers. Why they're not shooting you in the head before you get there? No.
Because my boys that came over 3 seconds earlier and fucking swept through them. Like I had a filthy team in that fucking game too. Me and my boy had 2 computers next to each other. Dude, remember that same dude I said that was filthy at GoldenEye?
Yeah.
He used to play TFC with me too, and we would run him.
Nice. You can do something kind of like that on Warzone now, because like people can get in there and they'll be matched with just kind of whoever they get matched with. But if you have a full squad of 4 in Call of Duty Warzone, Like, and you're dropping in. It's a battle royale, so it's like you're dropping in from the plane and picking where you want to land and stuff, and then you collect guns and stuff while you're on the ground. And so, like, if you got a squad of 4 and you're all communicating and kind of firing on all cylinders, pretty sure you can just basically run servers that way. Just wipe through people and clean up.
Any of those games, dude. If you have a nasty squad to run with and you can all get on the same team,
Right?
it's fucking disgusting, dude. One of the Call of Duty games, I had such a filthy team. They had these things called tubers. It was like a little attachment piece under your gun that would shoot out like I don't know what it was, a little grenade or something, but it would go dumb far because it was shooting out the gun.
Yeah.
Like
the underbarrel
like
launcher.
There was some maps
Maybe
where start and then within like 5 seconds, like more than half their team was dead. You just know where you're going to be running. We know where you're going. All our fucking explosive shit in that area, and we would just fucking wipe people out. Then when it came down to the gunfire, it was sick with it. It'd be like, yo, I'm gonna go left and take the right side of the left, and the dude would be like, all right, I'm gonna go with you, and I'm gonna take the left side, and another dude would be like, all right, I'm going. You know what I mean? Like our team was, it was crazy. It was dope.
Yeah. Once you get in sync and you guys kind of you watching each other's back and like calling things out, calling out enemy movements and stuff, like you can get real dirty with it. It's fun.
Yeah, knowing the maps too, and like where people are gonna be and when.
Yeah.
If I know where you're gonna be, you're done. That's why I used to dominate at GoldenEye so much, because you can see your screen. Try copying off me, and it would got to a point where I would be walking a wall. Like I would like strafe a wall but facing it.
Nice.
Okay, you can tell if I'm in the basement or up top, but you don't know where in the basement and you don't know where up top. You know what I mean?
Yep. No screen peeking.
Oh, I used to. I mean, you can't even help it when you're doing split screens.
Oh, dude. Right. Like the way I see it is like when you're playing split screen, that's part of the game at that point. Like
the game, dude. Like, what do you want to put a divider up?
For a player, you don't.
Looking at my screen, that's your fault. Be walking, people be like, "What are you doing?" Like people come over to watch us. We had like spectators come over, and people be like, "What are you doing?" Talking to me. I'd be like, "I'm going to kill this guy. What's up?" They'd be like, "You can't see nothing." I'd be like, "Dude, I don't need to see nothing. They can't see nothing either. I know where I am.
I know what I'm doing." Now
I'm doing it. That does his fucking job. Who are you?
I walked through this map blindfolded at this point. I've gone through this hallway 7,000 times, and that's just in the last week.
When I can't strafe any more to the left, that I need to turn a little bit and go down that wall, and then there's going to be a hallway right there. Like I just knew where to go.
Yeah.
When you were going to come see, and I knew when you were going to pop in the room because I'm looking at your screen. So it doesn't like see my screen. I needed to see more your screen than anything until it popped off, and then I was like, okay, now I'm watching my screen. You're there. I wouldn't expose my position though to the very last second. I'd be like, let this motherfucker. I'm thinking in my head like, yo, let this motherfucker walk through this door right now. Good times.
All they hear is some gunfire and
that RCP 90 goes off. That's the last thing you hear.
Nice. RCP 90. That's another thing about Perfect Dark is they added secondary options to guns. So like instead of the RCP 90 in Perfect Dark, they had the RCP 120. And so it would fire like a fast firing machine gun like you would expect it to, but then secondary fire, you could activate that and it would consume ammo to cloak you. So like the ammo would be ticking down and it was being spent to keep you cloaked.
Oh my God, that's sick.
Yeah,
I don't even remember that. See, I didn't play that. I had that game too. I don't know why we never played that a lot.
Oh, dude. And they actually, there's a version available on Xbox that like an HD remaster or whatever that you can play. They also had like a laptop gun, so it fired like a full auto rifle, But then
That
secondary
was a
fire,
sentry gun.
yeah, secondary fire,
Laptop
it
thing?
had this thing, you could throw it on the wall and it'd stick to the wall and then watch like the
That was
area or
dope.
whatever.
Love that gun.
Yeah, it was
People
really
with my
cool.
own gun. They would come around the thing and be like, all right, I know they're gonna see my gun first and they're gonna have to contend with that. But I'd be
Yeah.
on like the opposite side or something.
Nice.
I used to do that with my sentry gun too in Half-Life. I'd build my sentry gun on one side. Everybody else built their sentry gun on the other side. I would just go stand over there with my shotgun and grenades out. If like I didn't see my team, if my team was like bum rushing them, I would just fucking rush right in their base. But like I knew exactly what to do and where to be. Even with no one else working in cahoots with me, I always knew like what to do and where to be. Like, is it time to go in their base or do I wait outside? Like,
Yeah.
I'm not going in alone. I'm going with the guy with the Gatling gun, maybe a medic, and a fucking soldier or something. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, you got the squad with you, you know?
roll up in here, and if you fucking take somebody out, like the rest of my team's gonna mop the floor with you, even if they're halfway decent, because we're all working, in sync. That was the key to it. If it was any kind of team game, you just had to be in sync with your team.
Right.
You can't just fucking spawn, run right out there into their shit all alone.
You got to get your call outs going. Enemy movement, where you're going, what do you see? Everybody just keep everyone apprised of the situation. Who's low on ammo? Who needs health? Where's the enemy? Just
Hours in a first-person shooter game is ridiculous. Probably more than a lot of people that are alive.
What's that?
More hours in a first-person shooters than like a lot of people. I've been slacking the past like decade or so, but from when I was like 18 to like early 30s, like I had a ridiculous amount of like I'm talking like 15-hour days and shit sometimes.
Yeah. Well,
Yo, check it out, Jeremy. Yo, what year did Halo Reach come out? You remember?
2000
Reach.
What year? Halo Reach?
2010.
2010, okay. I remember when the week that Halo Reach came out, I think it came out on what, Xbox?
360.
I think Xbox 360. Oh, right. Okay. I'm not a big video game guy, but I was reading, there was a famous like viral kind of article, kind of newsy piece. First week that Halo Reach came out, they said that the amount of time spent that people spent playing on Halo Reach during the first week it was released was more than all of human history combined. So they're saying that it was like more than.
Can you imagine what those people could do if they just put their minds together on something like useful instead of running around killing each other in a fucking video game?
Yeah, but I mean, think about
prime numbers or something. I don't know.
Like with Halo Reach, they're connecting to each other through the internet, which is probably way more logistically handleable or manageable than trying to get that many people to meet up in a physical location.
No, I'm saying even if there was like some kind of problem or something like that needed like a think tank to solve, or I don't know. I'm just saying like I feel like if that many if that many people put that many hours into something, you could have ended like world hunger. Like, what if all those people just took the time to put amount of time into making a garden?
I'm pretty sure
everyone would have been fed.
How about if everybody pointed their laser pointer at the moon? They could have lit the moon for like a week.
Nice. Everyone points a laser pointer, and then suddenly the moon turns red. So everyone starts freaking out. What's going on?
And then it turns off.
The Globers would be trying to explain it. They'd be like, well, the way the angle of the sun was.
Yeah. That's listen, the dark
Globers
matter
would be trying to explain it.
The moon and the earth, the dark matter, and the dark energy made it.
For real though,
they'd all be trying to explain.
I think that would work. But what power laser would you need to reach the moon? I don't know. Can you buy one off Amazon?
Did get enough lasers and enough people to do that, the Globers would literally, and you didn't tell none of the Globers, they'd be sitting there they'd be like, we predicted that.
Yeah, nice. We predicted that. Yeah. Yeah. They
For the
would
globe
probably
model.
model predicted it. Yep.
Excuse me. I think they're going back to the moon, right? NASA or
Yeah.
something.
You got to go there in the first place to go back to something.
Yeah, they've been saying they're going back for years. They've been talking that game for a real
Decades,
long time.
dude.
Possibly since
I remember in the '90s they used.
Oh, really? It's '90s. I
talking about that
wonder,
shit.
I think Bush years or whatever, but
Talking that moon shit in the late '90s, bro.
it's all stupid.
They don't dare do it now because the internet will fucking tear that shit apart. The hive mind or whatever they call it. Like you put any kind of fraudulent video out there.
Yeah, no, I wonder. See, I wonder
hole.
if the reason they keep talking about it is partially because they actually think that this time they're going to be able to do it. Like they've convinced themselves that we're actually close to being able to go for real, so we can say we're going to go we're going to go back because we might be able to do it for real this time. Like I think there might be somebody that thinks that this will actually happen, not because it's happened before, but because they convinced themselves that they can do it.
Possibly, yeah.
No,
Yeah, there's some guy working at NASA right now. He's like, "Yo, we got this. We can do this. Look at these papers and all this stuff we got."
Yeah.
3D printers, 3D printed fucking tools, fucking new new drinks we can use.
Yeah, all they got to do to go back to the moon is hit up that Dollar Tree and get some construction paper, right? Some paper clips, maybe some tape.
You got to get that gold foil, bro. You are not getting that gold aluminum foil at fucking Dollar Tree.
Well, yeah, you might have to go to a special craft store to get the gold foil.
You need to go to Joanne Fabrics or something.
There you go.
They might have that in Lowe's. I don't know, but that's
get up that Hobby Lobby.
Yeah, the space capsule's gonna smell like fucking like pine needles and stuff. Gonna have that Joanne Fabric smell.
There you go. Yep.
Built the first. If you see the lunar lander without the skin off, it does look like precision engineering. The question is, why would you stop doing precision engineering? Because it's the outside. I've never seen that done before.
I'll tell you why. Because when they got done with the first part, they realized there's no way in all of Earth's history or future that they're getting to the moon. So why on earth would they keep engineering that stupid thing? Nope.
If you look at an airplane, a submarine, they never stop the precision engineering just because it's the outside. Still precision engineered from the top to bottom, inside, outside, every which way. Stop doing. If you're precision engineering something, you don't stop. We did this part pretty precise. Let's just we'll slap this other shit right on there. It's only going to the moon.
Yeah, I mean, we got the bone
environment.
Skeleton worked out. Paper mache that bad boy and send her off.
See, I'm different because I think we did go to the moon, but
the salesman just slaps the top of that lunar lander and says, "This bad boy can house 3 hobos."
But here's the deal: like, I think they will go back to the moon, and I think it will be well documented. And so that's going to make all these conspiracy theories about the first moon landing, the original lunar missions. It's going to just totally sweep it under the rug because it's like no one's going to care anymore about all that shit because they're going to go and they're going to have better evidence or something, better track record.
I'm not even convinced that the moon is a solid thing that can be landed on. So I doubt they're going to go to it.
It looks solid to me.
You think all these space agencies and stuff, they make all this stuff, they do stuff with the space. I'm kind of under the impression that it's not them that's launched their satellites and all that. It's certain people that can launch the stuff for them, and then give them the video footage, give them information that they're expecting. And there was a movie like in the 80s or 70s called Voyager or something, and it was like faking them going to the moon and stuff like that, and how they did it. Really good. I think it's a Stanley Kubrick movie, but it was like all these space agencies, but they're not in on it because they're not launching and they're not executing. They're not executing it. So someone else is the aviation authority, or someone. You know what I mean?
Spectre's behind everything.
I just walked out of Golden Sun, spent the 11th out.
Yo, this ain't the mumble rap Discord.
Huh? Shut up.
You first.
Well, Rum, what were you guys talking about?
I just joined the conversation, man.
Wow.
I think.
Well, we
Gio,
were talking about GoldenEye and Halo and stuff, and then these guys came. No.
Oh yeah, I'll take GoldenEye.
Gio.
Yeah, do you guys remember Final Fantasy VII on the PlayStation?
Yeah, do you remember Yakuza 0?
Nah, it doesn't think
Yes,
about that. There's some good games. I just didn't sort of like carry on playing them after about 22. Getting drunk and fucked up. So how are we about this toroid Earth, man? It's two sources facing each other, type of thing. Ish.
What?
I should be back in just a little bit.
I don't even know what you just said.
I've been chatting to people about like two flat Earths facing each other. Not kind of, but it seals the deal. It answers all the questions.
So like northern and southern hemisphere facing each other?
Yeah.
So why do you believe this? Doesn't seem to make any sense.
That's the thing. It makes more sense in flat Earth because the surface area is pretty much what they tell us. Like, and it sorts the surface area out and also sorts the perspective out. Then you've got the sun and planets that are, if you're looking at a flat Earth map from the side, you're just seeing all the sun and the planets and the moon and just going up and down to the northern hemisphere and then down to the south, just like the tropics of the sun. They all have tropics. They all act in the same way. They've just got different period cycles. So how they interact with each other will cause different things. I think it fucking works fucking perfect. It's the whole flat Earth idea, but it's looking at it from two sides. And the stars, pretty much, you've got your stars your side of the galaxy, and I've got my stars my side of the galaxy, type of thing. You might just about be able to see some of my stars, but you have to know which of them to look for. But I've seen independent stars move.
You're cutting out a little, but I still have a hard time wrapping my mind around this.
Yeah, thinking of an infinity symbol from this. That's like the idea from the start, like a bagel, a donut. That's where it's sort of going. Like you got the eye of Horus and the eye of Set, touching each other. What you have there is two Orlando Ferguson stationary flat, square stationary flat Earth map of the world, but times 2. I modelled this a year, about 15 months ago, and then got the equator circumference wrong, and then I thought, no, it's just too big, and I tried different things, this and the other, and then I stumbled on concave Earth, and I thought there's a lot of it. Nah, it doesn't really sort of come from the sort of FE idea perspective. But if FE was just 2 hemispheres facing each other, but flattened, where they join at the equator is 3 kilometers high, so it doesn't have to be. It's slightly somewhere between flat and 2 flat Earth mass face each other, and you just inflated the thing a little bit.
That's some trippy ass shit. I don't know, man. Not sure I'm ready for that one.
I've been doing this for about 5 years now, and map making, models, everything. There with a ruler to scale, making sure that everything gets to scale. I tried concave Earth, a sphere. I never supported a sphere, a misshapen rugby ball. But the funny thing is that a rugby ball is the outcome of the geocentric measurements. But to make that inside, you can flatten it out. You push the poles in, flatten it out. It's very achievable. It's very achievable. Just a deflated ball. Just imagine the concave idea, but don't just ignore that celestial sphere and all that shit in the middle. Just ignore that. Just think flat Earth, one north, one south face each other. The same idea. Same idea. You're just facing each other. That's exactly what's happening, because the Southeast is saying this is what we see, and the Northeast say this is what we see, and they're both describing the same thing from 2 different sides. And the measurements per I have to get these numbers for miles. I've got the measurements for like where the sun and moon are, pretty much place the distances of everything. Yeah, pretty much. I'd say I've got the model pretty much sorted. I'm just sort of like working on the maps at the moment, because there's an issue with missing or hidden lands in the north and the south geomagnetic areas, which I don't think move. I think they're stationary, and it's something that's off the grid. You wouldn't really find it using the maps that we use and the navigation that we use, and all the tricks they've put into place to avoid us from even getting to these areas. Small amount of areas, but it just seals the deal. It seals the deal, because Pete Shea's always on about a crater. He's always on about a crater, where he was anyway. And that's where, like, I thought to myself, like, shallow Earth. How does the water stay in the thing? Well, it curves up at the sides. Happy days, isn't it? Yeah, that's pretty much it, man. That's pretty much it. I really think it solves this whole flat Earth debate that we've been doing for at least 7 years now. The same stuff over and over again. But you're never go. And the funny thing is like you got something like the Pacific Basin. The deepest part of the Pacific is in the middle, which means that it's basically curving down to its deepest point and then curving back up again to the continental plates. So naturally, the concavity is hidden more in the water. The sea level, the ground, the sea depth, the sea floor, things like that can hide that concavity easily, and we could have easily, with weathering, just scrape the land pretty much flat, so that you wouldn't see that deformation in the land, and you won't see a deformation in the sea. Over years, our water level will go above all land level, and another time it'll all freeze up and everything's just land, but it's frozen. I don't know.
My brain hurts now.
I know it might hurt, but the indication is that if the sun is at 24 degrees, then how? Yeah, it's not at the equator. It's like if it's at the equator, then it would make everything nice and easy, but it doesn't move around the equator as we think. It's angled at 24 degrees. That's kind of, you end up getting a really weird pattern on a flat Earth map. There's a video I've got of a guy showing you, and he doesn't realize he's doing it, but he's actually showing you how the sun moves between the hemispheres, just using two like circles cut up into 36 slices, which and he explains it perfectly, but he doesn't realize he's explaining this by, what would you call it? What would you call it? A bifold flat Earth, a biflat Earth. It's a toroid, but it's pretty much, flat Earth north and flat Earth south face each other. Infinity's got two flat planes, and then it curves at the sides. Shit like that.
Were you guys talking that whole time? I don't know. Sometimes my earbud dies and I'll forget to change it for a while.
I'm back.
Marco.
Hello.
Polo. I'm gonna say Polo, champ.
What did you say?
I said you're meant to say Polo when I say Marco.
Yeah.
Driving behind a car, and I think someone who has been walking their dog, and the dog has taken a shit, and the person has put it in those little plastic bag, doggy bag things, and has stuck the doggy bag underneath the rear wiper of this car in front. So they're driving around with dog shit in the back of the car. So good.
You think someone did it as a prank or something?
Possibly.
Man. Ugh. Ugh.
It's in a bag.
Oh, maybe I was thinking. What I was thinking you meant was like somebody maybe put like a bag of their dog poop underneath the wiper, so that when they turned on the back wiper, it would like break open and start rubbing dog crap all over the back window.
No, if they turn the wipers on, it would probably just fall off the back.
Oh, okay, okay. Not as bad as I thought, maybe.
Yeah. What's the haps?
Well, Jeremy was in here earlier, and we were talking about video games, GoldenEye and Perfect Dark and Halo, and after a while, some other people came in and started talking about stuff, and I went to go get a shower. When I came back, it was kind of dead.
Yeah, I don't play games anymore. You know, one of the first dates that I ever had as like a 15-year-old, I brought this chick over to my house, and I made her play Doom 2. It was so embarrassing. Oh man. Oh shit. Yeah. And we went out for like 3 or 4 years, so yeah. And then I went to uni and just fucked around like fuck. Jesus.
Hey, what's up?
Yo. Is that bacon or chucky?
Yeah, no, that's bacon.
Bacon, right.
Well, do I sound like Chucky?
When I haven't heard Chucky's voice for a while, maybe.
Oh yeah, I just said what's up.
Yeah. I
Do
got
you have a
timed out
accent?
on QEs again. No, I got a theodolite.
Oh yeah, that works.
Yeah.
Trying
Did
to
anyone
get
take
one.
up MC Tunes episode challenge?
I know one person is, and that person is not a flat earther.
You can't do it on a flat earth, though.
Well, if you're very mathematically skilled, you might try. The key is on the restrictions. Like,
yeah.
I mean, if you can warp the whole reality mathematically, you can make any model work. Like, as long as your reality is completely warped mathematically.
Yeah, that's
there's
with the double challenge, right? You know how he's doing
Double
like you
challenge?
do one challenge. Yeah, so you've got to answer it once, and then if it's correct, he gives you a second challenge. So a couple of
Yeah.
years ago, Wolfie did a challenge saying, "Give me a flight path on a flat Earth from Sydney to Tahiti," and I did it on a flat Earth by fudging the size of the map and a couple of other things. But as soon as I try and use that map again, it's all fucked if I try and do it for a second example, right? So that's
Yeah.
the key.
What I mean is having a general solution. So
Yeah.
you can, as long as you warp reality mathematically, but then that's when the restrictions come to play. Because if you read the challenge, there are some restrictions. You cannot just do any mathematical tricks to get it working. It has to have a base on reality. So if you say, well, light is gonna do this weird stuff just to match global observation, then that's not gonna be accepted. You can have anything globe based. So that pretty much rules out anything from working on a flat surface. Unless the Earth is actually flat, and these guys are the ones who actually understand celestial navigation, then it should be easy. Right?
Should be. Although I had QA fucking ban or time me out for 24 hours because I pointed out just the fucking basic geometry of celestial navigation, and I thought he was having a stroke. Insane.
Yeah,
He is quite possibly, he's quite possibly the most easily triggered flat earther. He has this tough guy act, and he was in the military and whatever else, but he is the biggest fucking snowflake in this community by far. It's hilarious.
Yeah, well, recently I was talking to a guy about Sexton, about celestial navigation on his server, and like I wasn't talking to him, and he suddenly started to interject conversation and send a lot of links and a lot of stuff in the chat, and I just ignored him and then kept responding to the guy I was talking to, and then he started deleting my messages, and I couldn't speak to the guy, and then that guy said, well, I see you're no longer like saying anything. I guess you're running from Kiwi. I said, well, what seems to be running is his delete button, and then he muted me in the server for, not just muted, like couldn't send any message for I think an hour or so.
Yeah, he kind of alternates with me between an hour and 24 hours, but it's like
I guess I was lucky then.
trigger him. So easy, world's biggest snowflake. But I thought he was having a stroke. Like we're literally got a diagram. So you've got your zenith straight up, horizontal straight out, perpendicular to zenith, and then like angle S to the star, wherever that may be. And he goes, where is the right angle in this thing? And I said, it's a right angle between your zenith and horizontal. And he laughed at me and called me a retard. And I was like, are you fucking having a stroke? Like, do you need medical attention here or something? It was just
today.
unbelievable.
Let me show you something.
I'm driving, so I can't see it.
Oh,
I'm looking at boats on the horizon.
I'll read it in.
Yeah.
So he was debating Protothad today earlier, and Protothad was saying like that the book that he's quoting to say we need, yeah, exactly, shows that the elevation angle can come from the curved surface of the Earth, and it's not showing any right triangle. He doesn't even mention triangles in the whole. All right, and then Kiwi said, well, he just did, and call him names, and then he said, well, where does he mention triangle? And then he quoted again the same sentence that doesn't mention triangle. Like,
no, it's a right angle. A right angle means that there's somehow a triangle.
Yes.
Like the guy's not well, honestly.
Oh, I think I'm gonna win a Sextant. I think I'm gonna get
Lucky Fish Mars.
Yeah. 1 second. I'll be right back. Let me just check it.
Oh, hang on. Someone actually removed my timeout. What a champion. Means I can join voice chat again. I'll hang around here until I get to the shops, though. Until I get where I'm going. Getting caught.
Yeah, I'm back.
Nice.
Yeah, man, I think I'm gonna get a sextant for free.
How come? Like, where from?
Well, I was helping MC Toon with his challenge.
Yeah.
He and a couple of other guys that likes celestial navigation. And yesterday in Toon's show, he's asked if I could get some measurements, and I said, "Well, I don't have a sextant, and they're quite expensive, so not sure if I'm gonna get one that soon." And he said, "Well, what if we send you one?" And I said, "Well, that'll be great," but he didn't elaborate, so I wasn't sure if he was being serious or not.
Yes.
And then now they're asking like if I'm okay with giving my address.
Oh, nice.
So I think I'm gonna get a sextant. That'll be really nice. Oh, the professional ones can be quite expensive, like a couple $100.
Okay.
And money. I mean, things are being sold in dollars are not very easy to buy if you're Brazilian because the dollar is getting too expensive for us to pay.
Okay.
Like it's now 5 times more expensive than it used to be, more than 5 times.
Oh, inflation, Jesus.
Yeah, we're facing some very hard inflation now because of dumbass president and COVID.
Bolsonaro, right? Brazil's Bolsonaro.
That Jair, very Bolsonaro.
Yeah.
And so, but yeah, now maybe I won't have to buy one. But there's just I think they were talking about these cheaper ones. There are some plastic ones. They're of course cheaper because they're made of plastic, but some of the plastic ones are still good enough, to do celestial navigation.
Yeah,
they're not as precise as.
Yeah, my theodolite was 1,400 Aussie dollars, which is about 1,100 US or so. And it's
$1,100.
1,100 US roughly, yeah. And it's about two arc second accuracy, I think.
Oh, that's very accurate.
Yeah. I'm gonna get it out and play again this week. Wifey's gone away for a couple of weeks, so when wifey's away, I can play with my toys.
That could be misinterpreted.
She understands. She understands.
Well, anyway, if I actually get one, that's gonna be pretty nice. I mean, I'm not sure how does it work to use a sextant on land, because I don't live close to water, like close to the sea or a big lake or something.
You're gonna have to do the mirror trick.
Yeah, I don't know what the mirror trick is. Was about to look that up.
Yeah, so you have a reflection. Some water or something reflection below you, which is flat, right? Flat level. You sight the star with one of the things and then sight the star through the reflection in the other. And then you've basically got double the elevation angle.
Oh,
Do the geometry for that. Yeah.
yeah, that sounds like yeah, that's a very good trick. I haven't thought of that.
Yeah. Oh, not my trick. Like it's never done it.
Yeah, I heard that on. Well, as I said, I was helping MC2, and I was with him and a couple other people. They mentioned this, but they didn't get into the details of it, so I didn't know exactly how it worked.
Yeah.
But yeah, now apparently they're going to use my website to check the measurements.
Okay. Oh, I watched who's the Durham guy that drew the fucking circles on the Mercator? He drew circles of equal altitude on a Mercator, and then wrapped it around a ball, and was wondering why they turned into fucking ovals and teardrop shaped things. I was like, holy fuck, dude!
Well, I think I know what you're referring to. It wasn't the Mercator, right? I think it was the equirectangular.
Oh yeah, probably yeah.
Which is the one we use for renderings.
Yeah, that you wrap around a sphere. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, every cylindrical one is wrapped around a sphere. But what you do with the latitude is what changes between one and the other. Yeah. That's why I have in my website the Mercator. I have 3 cylindrical projections, which is the Mercator, Gale Peters, and the equirectangular.
Yep.
And I also have the azimuthal, equidistant. Oh, but I haven't tested that. Like, if you see the map in my website, the circles of equal altitude are like these oval or distorted shapes. They're not actually circles. I haven't tried to download the equirectangular and put that on a sphere to see what happens. Let me do it right now.
Yeah.
So, you can see, right?
I can't see. I'm about to park, and I'll have a look in a second.
Okay.
Been doing laps of the fucking car park, trying to find a park.
It's gonna take me 2 minutes, I guess.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh.
I'll sit in the car. All good. Come on, love, you can do it. Alright, I am parked. Oh, the fucking charge is breaking.
I got baking soda. I got baking soda.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up?
I got baking soda. I got baking soda.
Bacon what?
I got baking soda. I got baking soda.
Soda. Like with bacon flavor?
Oh my gosh, are you dumb? Have you never heard of baking soda? No wonder. You don't know how to cook.
You know I'm not a native speaker, right? Like try to speak my language, let's see if you're gonna struggle.
This guy's an idiot.
Oh, come on, dude.
Wait. Bacon. Search up baking soda. If you see it, then you
Um,
probably know what it is.
I'll do it later. I'm
You ever heard
focused
of
right now.
pure baking soda? Like to make cookies?
No.
It's the white stuff. It looks like sugar. It looks like flour.
Bicarbonate soda.
No, pure baking soda.
I thought baking soda had a combination of stuff, and bicarb soda was the pure version. Is
Yeah, it's also used to make cocaine.
it? Okay. Sure.
That's why in that one song, I'm in love with the coco.
Você
I
pode
got
testar o seu
baking
mouse
soda.
rapidinho?
I got baking soda.
Vou pegar a música.
Did you guys hear his language? He was like, yo, what's up, Crit?
Nada.
Huh?
Nada.
Oh, that sounds like my language.
No, it doesn't.
That's D nada.
That also sounds like nada would be nothing, and G nada would be you're welcome.
Nah, it wouldn't.
All right.
What language you
I'm gonna
speak, buddy?
speak Portuguese.
Really? You're from Portugal?
No. I'm from Brazil.
Me too, bro.
Can I hear a Portuguese?
Navalia.
I didn't even know you were Portuguese, bro.
No, Portuguese and Brazilian.
You talk like a retard.
I can say the same. That would be offensive. Retard.
So what? Do you live in the good parts of Brazil?
Yeah.
I
can say so.
I used to live in Sao Paulo.
Well, if you at least could pronounce that, I'll believe you.
Sao Paulo?
It got worse. São Paulo.
Huh?
São Paulo. São Paulo.
No, it's not.
Okay. You say so.
Fuck. Got a call from my daughter's teacher, right? So she's in year 6 and she's autistic and fucking has tantrums and shit in the classroom all the time, right?
Well,
And
try and live in a favela.
Try what?
Try living in a favela.
In the what?
Favela. Favela is a Portuguese word for a certain social context in Brazil.
Okay. No idea.
Well,
anyway,
you can.
So she screams. And she screams and goes,
He doesn't know, baby.
when something goes
doesn't
wrong.
know.
And they've got this thing where they get like a football jersey at the end of year 6 or midway through year 6. They can wear it to school. And we're trying to figure out what to write on the back. Like we just write a name or something like that. And finally, I kept suggesting shit to her. It's like, oh, do you want this? Do you want that? Do you want that? And she just kept saying, no. And then I said, well, how about we put no on the back? And she said, yes.
No.
And then the teacher just called and said, yeah, the principal said you can't have that on the back of your jersey. I was like, oh, fuck you. It's so
Bacon,
perfect
what would
for
you
her.
think would happen to him if he was in a favela?
Hey, you can
get his wig cracked.
Never mind.
What are we talking about?
I don't know. I was trying to follow what you were saying, but I couldn't.
Oh, it's all right. My daughter didn't get her perfect fucking jersey, year 6 jersey title. Anyway.
Right. Well, I did the thing I said I was going to do. So
oh, yeah. Cool. All right.
I rendered the circles of equal altitude on the sphere.
Nice. Oh, and then put them on a. That's Mercator, right?
That's equirectangular.
Equirectangular. Sorry, yeah. Yeah, sorry. Mercator does the scaled latitudes.
Yeah.
Equirectangular
It
is
uses
literal.
a exponential function for the plotting of the latitude.
Yeah.
And do you know that the Mercator cannot render more than 85 degrees of latitude?
Cannot do it because of the log scale.
Yeah, like it's done in a way that if you're rendering from minus 85 to plus 85 latitude, it forms a square. But because the function is like exponential, if you try to make up to 90, it would become infinitely big. I'll be right back.
Yeah, all right. I gotta go anyway. I'm at the shops, so I'll see you guys soon.
See you, Root.
No one cares about those Globers.
No, they got timed out on another server, so they came here.
Good. Not good that they came here though.
Well, it's a safe space.
I wish this was a more flat Earth server. People say that if there wasn't globe Earthers in here, then it would be boring. But that's a lie.
It'll get there. I mean, eventually, like the server was set up to talk about all the different ideas, like the different schools of thought for flat Earth. But it rarely happens. So the globalists are designed to derail all conversation. So you can never get there. You can never get to,
like we want to talk about the truth, right? We want to talk about the truth, but when there's globers, you're just fed with a lot of lies. Even if you don't take it in and take it as truth, it still wants to talk about lies all day. That's why Geo needs to do a better job at his fucking server.
To make a ticket.
Sick of this dude.
Do you know about the ticket?
Huh?
The server ticket?
For this server?
Yeah, you can offer suggestions and stuff like that, and
I don't think they're gonna take it.
well, I mean, you can try. At least open the dialogue.
Why would I need
to? If your suggestion for the server is don't allow people who believe in the globe, I don't think Geo is going to take that seriously. Or I don't think he'll accept that as.
I never said that.
You do. Oh, it sounded like you were like.
I'm just saying there's like a more of a majority of globers. So let's say we want to let our opinion out. If we want to let our opinion out, we're gonna get instantly argumented, and no one wants to argue all fucking day.
Well, I wouldn't say no one, but.
Well, no one wants to argue all fucking day. And if you do, you're a sadist.
It is kind of meant to wear you down. Is like their number one tactic. Which is why I'm so happy I found Discord, because talking in other spaces, it was constantly you're just one thing after another. You're crazy, you're dumb, you don't know this. Just no matter what you said, even if you said something that was globe proof, they would just argue about it and just say crap the whole day. And finally, I'm like, maybe there is something wrong with me. I'm starting to think and then I found Discord. I'm like, oh wait, that can't be true, right? Here's all these other people who think the same thing. So they're sitting there making claims about people they've never met. And basic wisdom says, do not judge another unless you've walked a mile in their shoes. They don't even know what size people wear, but yet they're pretending like they've got scientific evidence that they've walked in everyone's shoes. They haven't. They're just lying. They're trying to wear you down in a form of thought and mind control. They want to make it illegal to think something that the government can do is illegal.
What are you making shit up again, Chris?
There it is, just like that. That easy.
Because sometimes it's hard to face reality. Whoa.
The only rebuttal is just to squawk, and to squawk as hard as they possibly can.
That's all you're doing, Crit, is squawking. All you're doing is criticizing.
That's all you're doing too. You're just squawking.
That's why your name is Crit. That's why your name's Crit, criticizer.
You have no idea why my name's Crit.
The thing is wrong. Look, Crit, what's wrong with these globe earthers is when you provide evidence, they're gonna like go off of theories based off of theories based off of theories. So that's all automatically pseudoscience. You realize that us flat earthers, we never have a basis or theory to go off of. We're going off of what we're presented by what the agenda is, which is mostly globe. I mean, it is globe. So what we're doing is just being skeptical and debunking what is given to us while they're using what is given to them. We don't have a media outlet where it just like there's no flat earthers in the world, dude. Like we're such a small minority, but more people are waking up.
Yeah, it
like
really comes down.
They don't teach flat earth in schools, do they? No, they teach you globe earth. So the thing is, they automatically know what to say and what all these stuff. They're like programmed robots. Like every time I talk to a globe earther, they all say the same thing. They all bring up the same thing. But what flat earthers do is that they don't have anything to bring off of. They just take. I mean, you already know what I'm trying to say, okay? You already know.
Yeah, I got it.
So, like, left lane, do you like? What is your thoughts on it? Are you ever skeptical about what you're told?
Yeah, I'm critical. I critically think about everything.
Were you skeptical about JFK?
Oh, not for a long time, but yeah, I'm skeptical about the story.
Nice. So if they can lie about that, what else could they lie about? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I mean, I'm tend to think just because there's one lie doesn't necessarily mean everything is a lie.
That's not the only lie. That's not the only lie.
Yeah.
You know, like if you have like a chain of lies that's happening, what makes you think that they're not lying mostly about everything? Mostly, you know what I'm saying?
I just feel like it's impractical to think that everything is a lie.
Well, at least we can agree on that. So we know that they have truth and lies. The thing is, do you think that there is a possibility that they could be lying about the shape of the Earth? Do you think there's a possibility?
No, not from my perspective, just based on what I see and
so have
understand
you ever seen
about
a
what
curve with your own eyes, like based on what you see? Have you ever seen a curve of the Earth with your own eyes? Like, and don't bring up like ships disappearing over this, because like, have you ever been over a high altitude, like a plane or any tower or any helicopter?
Yeah, I've been up high in a plane, but it's hard to say.
Yeah, but like we can use that your basis that you just said that I can see with my own eyes, right? You can use your eyes, right? So if you use your eyes, what is the thing?
Sunrise, sunset, the way the stars move, north, south, celestial pole, all that good stuff.
Yeah. Like the difference is the sky is the sky. We can never reach the sky, right? So it's only observations from the ground.
Yeah, it's just observation.
So even flat earthers don't know what the sky is really, but we can always make. But but we can make these things. We can assume these things just like how scientists assume these things, because it's basically an assumption. You never went up there, have you? Like they're making you have these assumptions of the sky that it is a space. So
But
what
they
is
make a lot
that?
of sense. Those assumptions
They
make a lot of
they
sense.
make a lot of sense because it goes off the theories that you have presented, that you've been presented with.
No, I
So
mean
if
they make
they
a lot of
make a lot of
sense
sense in the
when you
school, like
compare
let's say
to.
they're comparing, when they say like stuff that's based off of what is said in school, like let's say you were told that there is a space. It makes
I'm
no
not talking
sense,
about that.
but you're told that, so it makes sense to you because it's something you've been told.
But that's not what I'm
Just like
talking
if I
about.
tell you, that's like what if I tell you the Brazil flag is blue
That's
and
not.
red?
That's
It's
not what
not
I'm
blue
talking
and
about.
red, is it? It's a
That's
yellow
not
and green flag. So what? That
Dragon.
is what you're talking about.
Dragon.
So what I'm
No.
trying to tell you
Dragon.
is
You don't get
that
to know. You don't get to say what I'm
left
talking
lane.
about.
So the left lane. This is why I don't like arguing with baking soda, because every time I try to talk to him, he always interrupts, and then we can never have a civil conversation. And then he brings up irrelevant ideas. You know what I'm saying? Left lane. Is it okay if I can ignore him? Is it okay if I ignore him, but not talk over him? I'm not gonna interrupt him or anything. But is it okay if I ignore him, left lane? Because you're a mod. You're a mod. Is it okay?
Well, that's your choice either way. When I said it makes sense.
Because I know what bacon is. Like I know what he provides, like the information that he provides, because I've heard him.
Wasn't left lane.
I've
Left
had
lane talking
debates
about the
with him
stars.
myself, and he was also debating with other people. And when he debates with other people, he always contradicts himself. So why would I like waste my time talking to him if he?
Because no one wants to listen to
He's a
you.
contradictory man.
Yeah, see,
Because
look
no
how
one else
bullshit
wants to
this is.
listen.
You know what I'm saying? Like I was in the
Yeah,
other
Dragon was.
day I heard Bacon like talking to Jeremy, and Jeremy was like debunking him so easily, and then Bacon had to like make all these contradictory statements about weight.
Like what?
Like
This
he
is a
was
way.
using the scale. Like,
This
you
is
know
the
what
way
I'm
it
What was the
saying?
went.
contradiction? What was the contradiction?
Yeah, Dragon asked me a few things. I was just giving my honest answer, and left lane, Bagak! You crit, Bagak! Crit. And then all of a sudden he's like, well, shit, don't talk to crit then, talk to me. And then Dragon tried to talk to left lane, and you would start Bagaki. That's my full take on the conversation. So, I mean, like, at what point do you want to add something of value that isn't about a person? The actual facts, observations.
We're talking about me?
Yeah, Crit.
You talking about
What
me?
are you talking about?
Are you talking
about me?
Okay, I don't think anyone understands what Crit's talking about then.
Crit, are you talking about me?
No, I'm saying earlier when me and you were talking, all of a sudden left lane's like, Bagak, Crit's only name is, Crit, because all he does is criticize and make things up. Even if true, it adds nothing to the conversation at all.
Yeah, I know. They always say useless statements. Like everything is useless about them. It's because they're designed to think that they're useless. So all they do is say useless things. Like for example, they're
Like,
on
even
this
if you
spinning
could
ball, right?
subjectively or objectively
Like Bacon,
prove.
you can agree. You can even agree that if like you believe you're on a spinning ball in the middle of this giant universe, right? With possibilities of other civilizations, possibly, right? Possibly. It's a chance, right, Bacon? There's a civilization out there in a different galaxy, billions and millions and trillions of light years away, right? There could be,
Sure.
right? Yeah, so
Sure.
if you're thinking about that and how big of this universe it is, all these fucking stars and planets that we will never reach at all in our entire life because light speed travel is not possible, then we're just stuck on this meaningless ball in the middle of space. So basically, that whole space theory is meant to make you feel like you're meaningless. The whole thing is it's designed to make you feel like you have no purpose and that you came here by random
Well,
chance.
they failed it
That
because
the
they
Earth
don't.
is. No, they didn't fail it because that's what you think.
They did
So
because
the
they
thing is,
don't
it
think I'm
actually
meaningless.
worked. It worked on you. So
No,
what the
you
thing
don't
is,
get to
when you
say
actually
you don't get to say what I'm
there's
feeling.
Earth, there's
Dragon. I have to stop at some point.
When it's a Goldilocks zone, and then the Earth is in a Goldilocks zone, that is not a thing that is possible.
You can't
Without any
complain,
explanation.
Dragon.
You're
You
thinking
can't
that the Earth
complain,
randomly came in this Goldilocks spot
Dragon.
when we can't find any other planets.
Can you shut up for a
with
second so I
any
can
other
answer you?
Goldilocks zone. Do you know what I'm saying?
You can't say that you're trying to have a conversation if you're monologuing, talking about what I think and what I believe, and you're not allowing me to answer them. So if you talk you try to project something into my head, you have to allow me to answer that.
Okay,
If you
now
don't,
look,
we can't have a
what
conversation.
he just said, I let him talk for like about a few seconds, right? But Bob Dodo.
After you talked about a minute.
So after I let him talk, he like said, "You don't have to say all these things about me, what I think and I feel." So
He's
he
Sure,
not
because
talking about you.
you hear what I'm saying, Crit? He's just
you're not
talking
making a
what?
He's
There-
not
you're
even
not
talking
making a
about you, dude. We're talking
you're
about
not trying to have a
globalism.
We're
conversation.
talking about the theory that you presented. I mean, that
Yeah, we
you
can talk
believe in,
about
right?
them, but you're
Yeah,
not
I'm talking about them.
sure.
I'm not. I
Yeah, but
never
you
said this is
said
how you
no,
feel,
no.
but this
You
is
did, you did,
basically how
you
it's
did.
supposed to make you feel. I said
You
it's how
did.
it's supposed to make you feel.
No,
I didn't
when you
say
say
that's
it
how
works,
you really feel. I
stop
didn't say
repeating
that's how you
yourself for a
really feel,
second.
but that's how it's supposed to make you feel. So now you're putting words in my mouth. So this is
No,
straw man.
no,
This is
that's
straw man.
exactly what you.
Bacon
That's
Zito
exact.
is actually known for doing this multiple times in the server and other.
You're trolling, right? You can't
You're
be doing this
so
seriously.
now you're gonna call me a troll. So he's assuming this is how I feel. He's assuming I'm feeling a troll.
You can
Now
just
he's
locally
laughing.
mute him. We can just.
All right, let's all local mute Bacon. All right, thank you. So Gio, as I was going with his statement, I was
Well,
presenting that.
I make the claim
basically
that this is
now you're
meant
gonna
to
keep
make
cutting me off,
people. Oh, I thought you have muted me. How do you know that I'm
So
cutting you off?
Gio. So
Oh,
what
you were
we're
talking
having
about me, and you're not allowing me to
Look,
answer,
so
right?
now he's not even gonna let me
No,
talk.
he's talking about globalism. You're
No,
not
no.
factored
No.
in.
It's quick.
Gio,
He
he's not
just
even gonna
made
let
the
me
claim
talk,
that I was
Gio.
strawmanning him. So you can say however
It's a
how
language.
many
Bacon,
times you
calm
want.
down.
Yeah,
It's
just
a
like how you
language
made
barrier.
a claim. You made
No,
a claim
it's
that you made
Okay,
a
are
claim
you
that
both
I
trolling
assumed
together?
that you were.
He wasn't saying you. He wasn't saying
Yeah, he did.
you.
Yeah, he did. Let me
No,
quote him.
you.
Let
I said
You
let
used
me
the
quote
word
him.
you in a
theory,
different
and I'm saying that heliocentrism is
Can you
designed
guys
to make
give
you
me
feel
30
purpose.
seconds to speak?
because you're not
Thank you.
listening. He was
Thank
talking.
you.
He wasn't talking about you.
He did. Let me explain you. Let me
The
explain you
word
what he said.
used for you did not mean you. There's a
But
royal you and the you. He was talking
okay. But
that's what I'm saying. You
can you
slipped out.
pause for a second so I can answer? When he said this is meant to make you feel like you're meaningless. Well, I said, well, then it doesn't work because I don't feel like that. And he said, well, it worked. It does because that's how you feel. He said that, and now you're gonna say he wasn't talking to me when he
Yes,
just
he
talked
was
about
not
that
talking
about.
to you.
Oh,
He was
he said
talking
that
to
I
me.
feel like I'm useless.
He was
That's
talking
server
to me.
I don't know why I'm the one
Bacon.
that's server muted all the time, Gio. So obviously, Gio, you have like some sort
Because
of
you'll never let people
hate
speak.
against me.
Because
So
you're
obviously,
just trying to piss
this server
people
is
off.
not a good environment for me to be in. So this is gonna be one of the last times I ever appear in this server.
Oh, I tried to debate him many times, but he just monologues and makes strawman after strawman, and I usually interrupt strawmans because it's not a very good idea to allow strawmans to keep stacking up. And that's it. I'm all about having conversations.
Yeah, he had no intention of having a conversation.
Yeah, that's clear since first time I tried to have a conversation with him.
Yeah, we were talking the whole time. Me and him. You guys interrupted and ruined it.
No, when he started talking with left lane. And then he mentioned me while talking to left lane.
Go
So
listen.
he mentioned
He asked
me.
me a question.
He mentioned me like 4 or 5 times when speaking to left lane. He was provoking me to enter. And when I tried to enter, he monologued over me and he complained about me speaking over him. That's not how you have a discussion. What? Yes. See everyone.
And now they're there. Exactly what I was saying. It meant to distract and destroy the conversation, derail it.
Sound triggered, Chris.
Yeah, personally, I just felt like you were just in attack mode and just being negative about everything, basically, me being a Glober, you're calling Globers liars. I kind of took it personal, and thought I would speak up for myself.
You don't really take it personally, though, right?
That would be triggered. That would be triggered, actually. See,
No,
it's
I'm not
upside
triggered
down
at all.
clown rule.
Not triggered at all. Not a bit triggered.
If you take something personally, that would be your fault. You added that context.
Was it intended personally, Chris?
You can add anything you need to trigger,
Trigger or not trigger.
Yeah. Every question. This is the same feedback you get from the Swiver Guardians.
Yeah.
Any question you have for me, past, present, or future, just make up the answer you need. Just make it. You do that already. You already do that, so you shouldn't need anything from me anyway. You're already making it up.
You sound awfully triggered, Crit.
So just make it up. That's what I'm saying. Just make it up. Whatever you want. Any question you have for me. Any statement you have, just make it up. Drive on to whatever point you think you're going to make, which will be no point at all. And around and around you go. Spiraling.
I'm on Team Geo, by the way, in terms of triggering. What was that? No trains today in Sydney, which means we're allowed to use the what do they call them over there? The fucking called transit lanes here. What do they call the far left lane that's sectioned off over there on the freeways and the highways? Carpool lane. The carpool lane. We're allowed to use the carpool lane today.
Yeah, HOV, high occupancy vehicle.
The one. I love the stories about you hear stories about they have a mannequin strapped to the front seat and they get photographed.
Yeah.
Fucking gold.
Yeah, I've seen it.
I don't think they enforce it anywhere near that much here.
Yeah, if I get caught in that lane, it's a big fine.
Yeah.
And I have been caught over there.
Yeah. It's hard. Like, I'm driving a 7-seater car, right? So I've got fairly dark back windows. So no one's going to be able to see anyway, unless it actually pulled over.
Yeah, in Atlanta, around 285, which is the loop, goes all the way around Atlanta, is 4 and 5 lanes, and the 2 left lanes are truck restricted. But sometimes it's hard not to get in that second from the left lane, and that's where I got caught.
Yeah. Oh, what's the haps, people? What's the haps? I've had fun this morning triggering QE. That's been my story today.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. He gave me a timeout of 24 hours, and then some other mod, Syrinx, came and unbanned me. I was like, oh, not going to go down too well with the boss, is it?
Did he come back in when you were unmuted?
I don't know. I haven't checked back in yet. I've been driving, so don't know. But he did it. Syrinx said it in the chat, in the live chat. I've unmuted you, or unbanned you, whatever, untimed out you. So,
she's the owner of the server, I think.
Oh, really? I thought it was QE server.
No, it's hers.
Wow. Okay. That's funny. That's funny. Oh, it's not Betty, is it? Is that Betty?
I think that's right.
Ah, right. That's Betty. I haven't spoken to her for years. That makes a bit of sense then. All right. I heard a bit of heard that there was a bit of discontent between those two.
Yes. Well, it's quite hypocritical that the rules are such that no one can insult anyone except for QE and Nathan, and they can treat you any way they want, but you can't.
Exactly. It's pathetic. It's so childish. So childish. But we're having this silly argument this morning about celestial navigation, and you've got the zenith, going straight up, and then the horizontal straight out, and the S, some direction to the star, whatever, in between those two. And he goes, "Where's the right angle?" And I said, "It's a right angle between the zenith and the horizontal." And he laughs at me and calls me a retard. And I was like, "Are you having a stroke? Are you literally having a stroke right now?"
They think
deleted it.
Yeah, they think the 90 is at the GP something. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm going to be on.
They think it's a right angle. Yeah, they think it's a right angle between the GP, the star, and the sextant. And I keep saying, I've made a challenge to Nathan in the YouTube comments as well, saying if you think that, then do the trigonometry. The right angle triangle, do the trig. 100 quid, I think, I offered him. And crickets, of course. They're just so pathetic.